Chapter 395. The Misty Mountain was the #1 mountain peak in the northern Spirit region. The mountain range was endless. Some were majestic, some were verdant and beautiful. Some were shaped like coiling dragons, and some were as majestic as tigers. The mountains were connected, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. The highest peak reached the clouds. Looking from afar, it gave off an otherworldly feeling. Qingxue, Xia, don't be nervous. Relax, nothing will happen. When they arrived at the foot of Misty Mountain, Yi Qinfeng noticed that Ji Qingxue and Xia's faces were pale. Their expressions were unnatural. The two girls nodded and took a deep breath, trying their best to relax. Stop, Misty Mountain does not allow outsiders to enter. When Yi Qinfeng carried the human-shaped ice sculpture and arrived at the entrance of Misty Mountain with the two girls, the disciple in charge of guarding the entrance immediately stopped him and loudly reprimanded him. Senior apprentice brothers, Cheng Feng is our friend. He is here to find sect Master Shui. Please make an exception. Ji Qingxue revealed a charming smile and softly said, "Do you think the sect master is someone who can meet anyone?" The disciple, who was wearing a white martial arts suit and had an arrogant expression on his face, warned coldly, "If he doesn't leave, don't blame us for being rude to him." "Cheng Feng, why don't you wait here for a while? We'll go find sect Master Shui and tell her that you're here." Thinking of the rules of Misty Mountain, Ji Qingxue and Xia also revealed a trace of helplessness and softly suggested, "That's fine. Tell Sister Piaoling that I have something important to discuss with her." Yi Qinfeng nodded and agreed. Just as the two girls hurriedly entered Misty Mountain, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul suddenly sensed a vicious aura rapidly approaching. He slightly frowned, and like a bolt of lightning, he entered Misty Mountain and grabbed Ji Qingxue and Xia's arms. "Audacious, you dare to trespass into Misty Mountain." When the two disciples saw Yi Qinfeng suddenly barge in, they immediately became angry and loudly reprimanded him. But before they could finish their words, an aura that made them feel fear surged into their bodies. They were so frightened that they swallowed their words back into their stomachs. "What's wrong, Cheng Feng?" Looking at Yi Qinfeng's grim expression, Ji Qingxue and the other two girls sensed that something was amiss and asked nervously, "An expert is coming. His target is very likely to be us." Yi Qinfeng's eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked into the distance. He saw a blurry figure flying towards them at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, Gao Zongyan descended from the sky. He was wearing a black martial arts suit with cloud patterns. His face was covered with wrinkles, and his entire body was emitting a dense, killing intent. He appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng and the other two. 3 protectors! With a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, the restless gatekeeper saw Gao Zongyan suddenly appear and let out a long sigh of relief. He immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Let me ask you, did you kill Yu Qin?" Gao Zongyan's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. The muscles at the corner of his eyes were twitching violently. His heart was burning with a raging fire as he stared at Yi Qinfeng and the other two. He went straight to the point and questioned them. As soon as Gao Zongyan's voice fell, Yi Qinfeng's face did not show any abnormality. However, Ji Qingxue and the other two girls, whose hearts were not firm, revealed a strange expression. This was caught by Gao Zongyan's sharp eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about." Yi Qinfeng also noticed the panic in Ji Qingxue and the other two girls' eyes. He sighed helplessly in his heart and said indifferently, "I don't know." Gao Zongyan said coldly, "Do you think that I can't do anything to you if you don't admit it? If you fall into Ai's hands, I can make you remember everything from your previous life. 3 protectors, don't slander us. What does Gao Yuqin's death have to do with us? If you dare to harm us, I guarantee that Sect Master Shui will punish you severely." Ji Qingxue pretended to be calm and said, "You still say that Yu Qin's death has nothing to do with you." Gao Zongyan stared fiercely at Ji Qingxue and said, "If Yu Qin wasn't killed by you and you knew about his death, shouldn't you be very surprised and not trying to defend yourself?" "That's right, I killed him. What can you do about it?" Yi Qinfeng knew that this matter could not be hidden anymore. However, he was not afraid and asked firmly, "So it really was you? You have big guts, even daring to kill my grandson. Today, I will skin you alive to avenge Yu Qin." Gao Zongyan's body emitted a thick murderous aura, locking onto Yi Qinfeng. "Today, I finally know what it means to be a snake and a rat in the same nest." Yi Qinfeng stabbed the human-shaped ice sculpture into the hard ground. With a thought, he summoned the sword puppet and ordered it to protect Ji Qingxue and the other two girls. With heavy steps, he walked step by step towards Gao Zongyan, who was filled with murderous aura, and the constantly increasing physical strength in his body directly scattered the murderous aura released by Gao Zongyan. Seeing Yi Qinfeng walking over step by step and feeling his constantly increasing physical strength, Gao Zongyan's face changed slightly. It was as if Yi Qinfeng's every step was stepping on his chest, making him feel very uncomfortable. "Spiritual beast, fuse!" Gao Zongyan shouted and instantly fused with his spiritual beast, the three-eyed black wolf, greatly increasing his strength. "Brat, go to hell!" Gao Zongyan took a ferocious step forward. His fist, which was filled with powerful soul power, smashed towards Yi Qinfeng's chest like a meteor, penetrating through the physical pressure that Yi Qinfeng had released. 3 million jin of strength explode. Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge Gao Zongyan's punch, nor did he fuse with his spiritual beast, the two-headed blood dragon king. Instead, he activated the spiritual bead in his Shunmen acupoint, instantly raising his physical strength to the limit, and punched out. Boom! The two fists collided and immediately erupted with earth-shattering power. Dense ripples appeared in the air, and a large number of cracks appeared under their feet. PFFF. Facing Yi Qinfeng's punch head-on, Gao Zongyan immediately felt a violent force shatter his fist light and surge into his body, shaking him back and forth. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The third protector is injured. Witnessing the scene in front of them, the two gatekeeping disciples widen their eyes and open their mouths wide. They rub their eyes hard, not daring to imagine that the young Yi Qinfeng could actually injure Gao Zongyan with a single punch. So strong, Chengfeng is actually stronger than the third protector. How did he cultivate? After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's combat strength with their own eyes, the two girls realized how monstrous he was. Such amazing talent couldn't be found even in the Misty Mountain. "Who the hell are you?" Gao Zongyan took a deep breath and suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He said with a gloomy expression, he never thought that the rank 6 mystic beast ancestor, Yi Qinfeng's attack power would surpass his own and injure him with a single punch. "You don't deserve to know who I am." Yi Qinfeng sneered at him and said tyrannically, "Damn it, I will definitely exterminate you today." Gao Zongyan was completely enraged. He quickly took out a low-grade heaven artifact spear and interweaved a spear light that was as fast as lightning. It pierced towards Yi Qinfeng. Thunderbolt flash. As the spear light pierced over like a swimming dragon, Yi Qinfeng immediately used Thunderbolt flash and turned into a swift lightning. He moved around the mountain path and dodged Gao Zongyan's tide-like attack. Lion King's roar. When Yi Qinfeng dodged Gao Zongyan's fierce attack and approached him, Yi Qinfeng suddenly let out a deafening lion's roar and bombarded him at close range. Buzz. Caught off guard, Gao Zongyan was attacked by the lion's roar. His soul trembled violently, and a large amount of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. His reaction also became a little sluggish. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Qinfeng quickly appeared behind him and clasped his neck. He erupted with 3,000,000 Jin of strength and forcibly pulled him up like pulling a carrot. He fiercely slammed him on the ground, creating a big pit. Looking at the scene in front of them, the two gatekeeper disciples were scared out of their wits. They were very glad that they didn't attack just now. Just when the atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense, several powerful auras appeared and locked onto the mighty and tyrannical Yi Qinfeng. HTL mobile reading site. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the bookmark button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 396. Impudent. Who are you? Why did you barge into my misty mountain and injure our 3 protectors? Seeing Gao Zhongyan crawling out of the pit, covered in blood, a level 4 reverse beast king, elder, glared at Yi Qinfeng and scolded loudly. He was wearing a star and moon martial art suit. His hair was white, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. He was a level 4 reverse beast king. What a big accusation! Yi Qinfeng fearlessly said, "If he didn't offend me, I wouldn't have injured him. As for why I came to Misty Mountain, it's because of Sect Master Shui. I'm here to tell you about the Western Devil Sect scheme against your Misty Mountain. If you don't want to know, then forget it. And just who are you?" Hearing Yi Qinfeng mention the Western Devil Sect, the white-haired old man and the others' expressions changed. Their gazes changed greatly. Wait until Sect Master Shui comes. She'll naturally know who I am. Yi Qinfeng slowly walked over to the frozen, venerable flower snake and indifferently said, "Okay, wait here. I'll go report to Sect Master." The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before solemnly exhorting and flying into Misty Mountain. "Qinfeng, do you really know about the Western Devil Sect scheme against my Misty Mountain?" The 2 women quickly walked over to Yi Qinfeng and quietly asked. "I know a bit." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "So you don't need to worry about his revenge. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him and take you away. Misty Mountain will be left to fend for itself." You, hearing Yi Qinfeng not give him any face in front of the elders and protectors, Gao Zhongyan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He forcefully endured his injuries and wanted to attack again. "What? You think I don't dare to kill you?" Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrunk into the most dangerous pinholes. Looking at the furious Gao Zhongyan, he asked with killing intent. Looking into Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes and hearing his cold warning, Gao Zhongyan felt a strong sense of danger. His hand that was holding onto his spear could not help but tremble. Just as Yi Qinfeng was intimidating Gao Lun, Shui Piaoling, who was wearing a dark green dress, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, and her exquisite body exuding an enchanting charm, flapped her soul wings and flew over quickly. "Qinfeng, why are you here?" When Shui Piaoling saw the tall and straight figure at the entrance of the Misty Mountain through the layers of clouds, she was stunned and revealed a look of shock. After hearing the white-haired elder's report, several figures flashed through Shui Piaoling's mind, but she did not think of Yi Qinfeng. After all, when she had separated from Yi Qinfeng had just reached the Earth Beast General Realm. Now only 4 years had passed. "Sister Piaoling, I'm here." Looking at Shui Piaoling's familiar face, thinking about how she had secretly helped the Zijin Kingdom, Yi Qinfeng smiled and said softly, "Sovereign, do you really know him?" The white-haired elder looked at Yi Qinfeng with an unfriendly expression and asked coldly, "He's a friend of mine." Shui Piaoling took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and said slowly, "Sovereign, you have to seek justice for me. Not only did this brat kill Yu Qin and the other 2, he also humiliated me in front of everyone. This kind of lawless person must be killed." Gao Zhongyan, who was intimidated by Yi Qinfeng's cold gaze, did not care about his face and shouted loudly, "Hey, You're already so old, yet you're still crying and screaming like a woman. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago to save myself from making a fool of myself. Yi Chenfeng mocked as he looked at Gao Zhongyan, who was covered in blood and covered in dirt, with disdain. You. Gao Zhongyan had lived for more than 1,000 years, but he had never been humiliated like this. Yi Chenfeng's words were like knives that stabbed into the depths of his heart, making him go crazy, making him angry, making him want to kill someone. Chenfeng, did you really kill Gao Yuqin? Xue Piaoling frowned and asked. In these troubled times, she really did not want to become enemies with Gao Zhongyan's family. However, she was unable to punish Yi Chenfeng, so she asked awkwardly, I have a memory stone here. The cause of Gao Yuqin and the other two's deaths are recorded inside. Yi Chenfeng took out a memory stone from his universe ring and said indifferently, After you see it, you will know why I killed them. Seeing the memory stone in Yi Chenfeng's hand, Gao Zhongyan's expression changed slightly. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched. If Gao Yuqin and the other two had really committed a heinous crime, not only would he not be able to borrow the power of Misty Mountain to avenge them, he would also lose all his face. All right, give me the memory stone. Seeing Yi Chenfeng's calm appearance, Xue Piaoling nodded and took the memory stone from his hand. She released her soul power into it. When Xue Piaoling browsed through the contents of the memory stone, her cold and elegant face became extremely ugly. She looked at Gao Zhongyan angrily and said, Third Protector, you really raised a good grandson. Take a look for yourself and see why your grandson was killed. As she spoke, Xue Piaoling threw the memory stone in her hand to Gao Zhongyan. Gao Zhongyan's expression changed when he caught the memory stone that Xue Piaoling threw over. In front of everyone's eyes, he had no choice but to release his soul power into the memory stone. When he saw Gao Yuqin and the other two's lawless crimes through the memory stone, his heart turned cold. Sect Master, Yuqin and the others have indeed committed a heinous crime. However, a country has its own laws and a clan has its own rules. Even if Yuqin and the other two offended Ji Qingxue, and by Xia, they should be dealt with by Misty Mountain and not by an outsider like him. He wantonly killed my Misty Mountain's disciples. He clearly doesn't place my Misty Mountain in his eyes. This kind of thief must be eliminated. Gao Zhongyan threw away his old face and said unforgivingly, I'm a thief. Yi Chenfeng coldly snorted and said, If I didn't owe Sect Master Xue a favor back then, I wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles and braved great danger to inform your Misty Mountain. Furthermore, the three of them tortured each other to death. What does that have to do with me? The only thing to blame is that the medicine was too strong and their lust was too strong. Third Protector, do you want to see what they looked like before they died? That kind of scene is truly too disgusting. That kind of posture, I even suspect they learned it from you. Yi Chenfeng once again took out a memory stone from his bosom. Looking at the gloomy Gao Zhongyan, he said overbearingly, Uft. Agitated, Gao Zhongyan's chest swelled and he spat out a mouthful of scalding blood. He swayed and almost fell to the ground. Sai, look at you. Why can't you take a joke? Looking at Gao Zhongyan, who was spitting out blood, Yi Chenfeng's lips curled up slightly. He said mockingly, Do you think I would stand to the side and remember that kind of disgusting scene? This memory stone is fake. There's nothing inside. Uft. Just as Yi Chenfeng finished speaking, Gao Zhongyan, who was filled with humiliation, anger, and many other emotions, was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. His entire body was like a deflated balloon as he fell to the ground. Seeing Gao Zhongyan suffer internal injuries from being angered by Yi Chenfeng and collapsing to the ground, the white-haired elder's expression became incomparably gloomy. It was clear that he and Gao Zhongyan came from the same lineage. Gao Zhongyan had lost all face, and he also felt that he had lost all face. Chenfeng, Do you really know about the Western Devil Sect scheme against my Misty Mountain? At this time, Xue Pialing opened her mouth and looked at him with a burning gaze. Sect Master Xue, what I know is very important. If you believe me, let's find a place to talk alone. Yi Qinfeng met Xue Pialing's gaze and nodded. All right, follow me. Xue Pialing nodded and brought Yi Qinfeng, Ji Qingxue, and the sword puppet into the misty mountain that was filled with spiritual energy. HTL Mobile Reading Website. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 397. The Heavenly Snow Peak was one of the 18 main peaks of the Misty Mountain. It was tens of thousands of meters tall and was covered in snow all year round. It was shrouded in clouds and looked like a fairyland. But when Xue Pialing became the 19th sect master of the Misty Mountain, the previous sect master gave the Heavenly Snow Peak to her and made it her exclusive cultivation place. Such dense spirit energy. Following Xue Pialing to the Heavenly Snow Peak, Yi Qinfeng and the others immediately felt a dense spirit energy rush towards them. All the hairs on their body opened up and greedily devoured the flowing spirit energy in the air. The 18 main peaks of the Misty Mountain all have spirit veins sealed, so the spirit energy here is more than 10 times that of the outside world. Cultivating here is twice the result with half the effort. Xue Pialing explained softly. She led them to an ancient-looking pavilion covered with thick white snow at the peak of the mountain. The Misty Mountain is indeed the #1 sect of the Northern Spirit region. Their foundation is indeed deep. Looking at the surrounding cultivation environment, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh. Qingfeng, who is this person in the ice? Why do you keep him by your side? Xue Pialing personally poured a cup of tea for Yi Qinfeng and the others. Then he looked at the frozen venerate viper standing beside Yi Qinfeng and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" He is the venerable flower snake of the Snake Valley. Yi Qinfeng drank a mouthful of spirit tea and moistened his throat. Venerable flower snake, one of the 8 great venerables of the Snake Valley. Xue Pialing's expression slightly changed as she looked at the ice sculpture in shock. Why is he sealed in ice and with you? Qingfeng, don't tell me this venerable flower snake was sealed in ice by you. Xue Pialing sucked in a cold breath and said, If I remember correctly, he is a rank 3 defiant beast king. Sister Pialing, you are right. He was indeed sealed in ice by me. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, What? Could it be that you already have the strength to defeat a rank 3 defiant beast king? Xue Pialing's eyes widened as she looked at Yi Qinfeng like she was looking at a monster. Yes, if it wasn't for you, that Gao Zhongyan would have already become a corpse. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said domineeringly, Qingfeng, what have you encountered in the past 4 years? How did your strength increase so quickly? Xue Pialing had heard about the grudge between Yi Qinfeng and the Heavenly Fire Sect. But she didn't expect that in the 4 years of the Heavenly Snow Sect, and Xue Pialing. In these 4 years, I have encountered a lot and experienced a lot. Fortunately, I managed to pull through, Yi Qinfeng said indifferently with a faint smile. His voice was filled with the vicissitudes of life. All right, Xue Pialing, let's get down to business. Yi Qinfeng changed the topic. This time, I brought Venerable Flower Snake to find you to repay your kindness. Not long ago, I went to the North Sea province and inadvertently learned that the Western Demon Sect was secretly colluding with the Ice Palace and Snake Valley to deal with your Misty Mountain. Yi Qinfeng told Xue Pialing about the Western Demon Sect's scheme in detail. Qingfeng, is what you said true? After hearing Yi Qinfeng's story, Xue Pialing's expression changed greatly. Worry appeared between her brows as she asked in a grave voice. It's absolutely true. After learning about their secret collusion, I originally wanted to hire the sky-penetrating pavilion to obtain evidence of their secret collusion. But unfortunately, I failed at the last moment. Just as I was being chased by them, I inadvertently encountered Venerable Flower Snake chasing after the Zhou family people. Yi Qinfeng continued. He also told Shui Piaoling about the important information he learned from the Zhou family. Qinfeng, thank you for taking the risk to send me this information. I really don't know how to thank you. Shui Piaoling took a deep breath and looked at Yi Qinfeng gratefully. Sister Piaoling, this is what I owe you. You don't have to mind it too much. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said indifferently, to be honest, I didn't take the promise you made back then to heart. However, I didn't expect that promise to be able to affect the fate of the Misty Mountain. Shui Piaoling sighed and said, Qinfeng, Qingxue, Xie, you guys stay here and have a good rest. I will bring Venerable Flower Snake to find Master and ask her to decide on a solution. Okay, we'll wait for you here. Yi Qinfeng nodded and allowed Shui Piaoling to take away Venerable Flower Snake, who was frozen by the ancient frost profound ice. Qingxue, Xie, this Sky Snow Peak is an excellent place for cultivation. It's beneficial for your cultivation. Let's go outside. I'll help you break through to the second level Heavenly Beast Immortal Realm. After Shui Piaoling left, Yi Qinfeng drank the spirit tea in his cup and suggested softly. Okay. The two girls nodded obediently and followed Yi Qinfeng to the Sky Snow Peak. There was a 10-meter-tall, luxuriant cedar tree covered in a thick layer of snow. They consumed an earth-level soul elixir. With Yi Qinfeng's help, they broke through to the second-level Heavenly Beast Immortal Realm. At the same time, Gao Zongyan, who was heavily injured and humiliated, appeared at the Misty Bamboo Peak where the Misty Mountain Grand Elder Shui Qinglan was at. He denounced Yi Qinfeng's evil deeds and asked Shui Qinglan to help him. I already know about what happened to you. However, you are in the wrong in this matter. If you want to save your face and avenge your grandson, it's impossible to punish that person severely. Shui Qinglan, who was wearing a white martial arts suit and had a long beard, was sitting cross-legged on a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. He opened his eyes and spoke without joy or sorrow. Great Elder, Yu Qin is my only grandson and the successor to my legacy. He was killed just like that. I really can't take this lying down. If I can't avenge him and kill my enemy, I won't be able to rest in peace, even if I die. Gao Zongyan said sullenly as he stood in the ice room with his body bowed. Zongyan, I can understand your feelings. However, I heard that person brought news about the Western Devil Sect. If the news is true, we definitely can't deal with him at this juncture. Otherwise, we will be the sinners of the Misty Mountain. Therefore, I suggest that we put the matter of revenge aside for now. After we deal with the Western Devil Sect, we will find a chance to take revenge. Gao Zongyan was an important figure in Shui Qinglan's faction. Shui Qinglan had to care about his matters and comforted him softly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a deafening bell sound reverberated throughout the Misty Mountain. It instantly spread to all 18 main peaks. And why is the Misty Heaven bell ringing at this time? Could something big have happened? Shui Qinglan's deep eyes shot out rays of radiance. He looked through the window at the Misty Mountain's main peak that was above the clouds. He muttered to himself, could it be related to that person? Let's go. Let's go to the Misty Mountain's main peak and see what happened. The Misty Heaven bell was the only heavenly treasure in the Misty Mountain. It would only ring when something very important happened. Once the Misty Heaven bell rang, all the elders and protectors of the sect would have to rush to the Misty Heaven Palace on the main peak immediately. Soon enough, all the elders and protectors of the Misty Mountain gathered at the Misty Heaven Palace. When the old sect master, Shui Xiancheng, who had not shown himself for a long time, announced the news that Yi Qinfeng brought and the information that he obtained from martial artist Flower Snake by searching his soul, the entire Misty Mountain was in an uproar. HTL mobile reading website. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 398. In the evening, the sky was filled with crimson clouds that illuminated the Sky Snow Peak, turning it into a picturesque rose color. But, with Yi Qinfeng's help, Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia completely absorbed the Earth rank soul core and began to attack the rank 2 heavenly beast immortal realm. But because their foundation was not solid, it was very difficult for them to break through the bottleneck. Without several days, it would be very difficult to break through. At this time, Xue Piaoling, who looked a bit haggard and tired, returned to the Sky Snow Peak by herself. "What's wrong, Sister Piaoling? This matter is very serious." Seeing Xue Piaoling's haggard appearance, Yi Qinfeng immediately walked forward and asked with concern, "Yes, this matter is more serious than we thought." Xue Piaoling sighed softly and said, "My master forcibly searched Venerable Flower Snake's soul and learned of the Western Devil Sect's scheme against my Misty Mountain. Their true target is actually my Misty Mountain's genius. Sister Piaoling, is it convenient for you to reveal the Western Devil Sect's scheme to me?" Yi Qinfeng asked. "Sure, let's talk over there. Don't disturb their cultivation." Xue Piaoling hesitated for a moment before nodding. She brought Yi Qinfeng to a pavilion built on the edge of the cliff. "Sai, the Western Devil Sect secretly colluded with the Ice Palace and Snake Territory. They didn't want to attack my Misty Mountain, but wanted to borrow the 2 powers' hands to eliminate my Misty Mountain's genius and break my Misty Mountain's foundation," Xue Piaoling anxiously said as she sat in the pavilion, looking at the distant Snow Mountain. "Sister Piaoling, since you already knew about the Western Devil Sect scheme, why didn't you take precautions beforehand?" Yi Qinfeng asked, puzzled. "Things are not as simple as you think. In less than 3 months, it will be the Ancient Sky City Martial Competition that is held every 10 years in the Northern Spiritual Region. We will compete for the destiny of Ancient Sky City, and my Misty Mountain is the #1 sect in the Northern Spiritual Region. If we are absent from this martial competition, not only will we lose our sect's destiny, it will also affect our prestige. The Western Devil Sect predicted that my Misty Mountain would definitely send disciples to participate in the Ancient Sky City Martial Competition, so they wanted to borrow the Ice Palace and Snake Valley's experts to eliminate my Misty Mountain's genius." Xue Piaoling told Yi Qinfeng all the important secrets she knew. "Sister Piaoling, the Misty Mountain is the #1 sect in the Northern Spiritual Region. Could it be that the geniuses nurtured by the Misty Mountain are not as good as the Ice Palace and the Snake Valley?" Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and asked. "The Ancient Sky City Martial Meeting has a clear rule that the bone age of the participating disciples cannot exceed 40 years of age. Of my Misty Mountain's disciples under 40 years of age, except for me, no one has broken through to the absolute king realm. Because I've become the Misty Mountain's sect master, I have to host this martial meeting. I can't participate in this martial meeting as a participant. From what I know, the Ice Palace and the Snake Valley have both given birth to peerless kings. Plus, the Western Devil Sect is secretly adding fuel to the fire. Once my Misty Mountain's disciples encounter them, they will be doomed," Xue Piaoling said in a serious tone. "Sister Piaoling, why don't I represent Misty Mountain in battle and crush the Western Devil Sect scheme?" After understanding what had happened, Yi Qinfeng smiled and softly asked, "You?" Xue Piaoling frowned. Her eyes shone as she looked at Yi Qinfeng. "Yes, I don't dare to say anything else, but I'm confident in crushing those so-called geniuses of the Ice Palace and Snake Valley." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said confidently, "That's one way." Thinking of Yi Qinfeng's strength that could crush a 3rd-rank reverse beast king, Xue Piaoling's worry lessened a lot. I'll ask Master and hear her opinion. Xue Piaoling took out her messaging pearl and sent a message to the Misty Mountains sect master, Snow Fairy Pond, telling her about Yi Qinfeng's suggestion. Qingfeng, my master wants to see you. Is that possible? After ending the message, Xue Piaoling held her messaging pearl and looked at Yi Qinfeng. Of course. When Qing Xue and Xia break through, I'll go with you to see your master. Yi Qinfeng happily agreed. Qingfeng, master wants to see you immediately. As for Qing Xue and Xia's safety, you don't have to worry. No one will disturb their cultivation here. Xue Piaoling promised. All right then, I'll have the sword puppet protect them. Yi Qinfeng nodded and summoned the sword puppet, ordering it to protect the two girls. He then summoned the golden rock wings and followed Xue Piaoling to the Misty Mountains Heavenly Palace. When Yi Qinfeng followed Xue Piaoling into the Misty Heavenly Palace, which was located at the center of the Misty Mountain's main peak and was protected by the formation at the center of the Misty Mountain, which was built with 108 stone pillars. It was richly ornamented and exuded an ancient aura. He immediately sensed a dark gaze directed at him. Why is he here? Yi Qinfeng frowned when he saw Gao Zhongyan, who was looking at him with a gloomy expression. Yi Qinfeng, on behalf of Misty Mountain, I thank you for the news you brought from so far away. Seeing Yi Qinfeng walk into the hall with Xue Piaoling, the white-haired Xue Xianqi, who was wearing a white martial suit with a phoenix pattern and had snow-white hair, said kindly. She was still very charming. Yi Qinfeng walked into the hall with Xue Piaoling. Sect Master Xue is too polite. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, Sect Master Xue has helped me many times in the past. This is something I should repay. Yi Qinfeng, the news you brought is no longer a matter of gratitude. It concerns the future of Misty Mountain. Once our crisis is resolved, we will definitely repay this favor. Xue Piaoling promised in front of everyone. Damn it! Hearing Xue Piaoling's promise, Gao Zhongyan's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth and constantly cursed Yi Qinfeng in his heart. That's right. I just heard Wandering say that you intend to represent Misty Mountain in the ancient Sky City martial competition, said Xue Piaoling. Yes, I'm confident I can destroy the Western Devil Sect scheme. As for my strength, I'm sure the three protectors are very clear. Yi Qinfeng nodded and playfully looked at the gloomy Gao Zhongyan. You. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Qinfeng had once again opened up a scar. Gao Zhongyan's lungs were about to explode from anger. He wished he could choke him to death on the spot. That is indeed a good idea. I don't know if anyone has any objections. Xue Piaoling nodded. Her turbid eyes swept over everyone in the main hall, asking for their opinions. I don't agree. First Elder Xue Qinglan, who was sitting on the first seat on the left, opened his mouth. Once Xue Qinglan's words were spoken, several elders and protectors with him in the lead all expressed their opposition to Yi Qinfeng representing Misty Mountain in the ancient Sky City martial competition. First Elder, I don't know the reason for your opposition. Xue Qinglan looked at him with a profound gaze and slowly asked. First of all, he is an outsider. Letting an outsider represent Misty Mountain in the ancient Sky City martial competition will inevitably affect Misty Mountain's reputation. Secondly, although this person has brought news related to the fate of Misty Mountain, our understanding of him is very limited. I don't know if anyone has considered that he could be a spy sent by the Western Devil Sect to deliberately mislead us. Furthermore, the ancient Sky City martial competition involves the destiny of Misty Mountain for the next 10 years. If he obtains a great destiny or a great opportunity, what should we do if he doesn't give it to Misty Mountain? So after considering all of the above, I don't agree with him representing Misty Mountain in the ancient Sky City martial competition. At the end, Xue Qinglan's deep eyes suddenly became sharp as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was standing straight with an emotionless face. First Elder, Chengfeng is my friend, and I believe in his character. I suggest that he represent Misty Mountain in the ancient Sky City martial competition. Xue Piaoling supported Yi Chenfeng as soon as Xue Qinglan finished speaking. Sect Master, the future of the sect is not a game. You can't push Misty Mountain into a dangerous situation because of your subjective opinion, Xue Qinglan aggressively said. First Elder has said so much because you are doubting Yi Chenfeng's loyalty. If he can pass the Misty Illusions trial, I don't know if First Elder will still oppose him representing Misty Mountain. At this time, Xue Qinglan spoke. If he can pass the Misty Illusions trial, then I naturally won't doubt him. The corner of Xue Qinglan's mouth slightly raised, revealing a trace of coldness that was hard to detect. Yi Chenfeng, are you willing to go to the Misty Illusions trial? Xue Qinglan looked at Yi Chenfeng and asked, Old Sect Master Xue, what kind of place is the Misty Illusion? Yi Chenfeng asked. The Misty Illusion is the place where Misty Mountain's previous sect masters are buried. It is also a place of opportunity. Anyone who enters will have to undergo the trial of the soul flames left behind by our previous sect masters. If you fail the trial, you may lose your life. But if you pass all the trials, your soul will be greatly tempered and your soul beast will become even stronger. Xue Qinglan explained in detail. Junior is willing. Knowing that the Misty Illusion was a bit similar to the Path of Will that he had challenged before, Yi Chenfeng agreed without hesitation. Good, then come with me. Saying that, Xue Qinglan slowly got up and brought Yi Chenfeng out of the Misty Palace. They arrived at the forbidden area of Misty Mountain, outside of the Misty Illusion. During the New Year, I really didn't have time to write. I apologize and wish all my friends a Happy New Year. HTL mobile reading site. Book address. In order to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 399. Yi Chenfeng. In front of you is one of the 3 forbidden areas of Misty Mountain, the Misty Fantasy Realm. As long as you can pass through 2 of the trials, no one will doubt your intentions. And if you can represent Misty Mountain, you can use all of Misty Mountain's cultivation resources. Xue Fairy Lake pointed at a cave in front of them that was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. She slowly said, However, the Misty Fantasy Realm is dangerous. If you fail, your soul, body, and mind will be severely injured. It is even possible that there will be irrecoverable sequelae. Sect Leader Xue, how many trials are there in the Misty Fantasy Realm? Yi Chenfeng took a deep breath and asked. There are a total of 5 illusions in the Misty Fantasy Realm, but even I only dare to accept the first 4. I don't dare to enter the last one. Xue Fairy Lake said. Why is the 5th illusionary space so dangerous? Yi Chenfeng slightly frowned and asked curiously. Because the 5th illusionary space is the foundation of the Misty Fantasy Realm. It is also the source of the illusionary realm. There is a mysterious misty stone engraving inside, and it is because of this stone engraving that the Misty Fantasy Realm exists. Xue Fairy Lake said without hiding anything. In other words, the test of the 5th illusionary space is not the souls of the sect leaders of Misty Mountain, but the Misty Stone engraving. Misty Stone engraving. Yi Chenfeng's heart was moved, and he became very interested in the Misty Stone engraving in the 5th illusionary space. Yi Chenfeng, although your talent is amazing, I advise you not to challenge the Misty Stone engraving. With the power of the Misty Stone engraving, it can instantly crush your soul and take away your life. You can't even enter the 4th illusionary space. Xue Fairy Lake looked at Yi Chenfeng's eyes and showed a trace of interest. She solemnly warned him. Don't worry, Sect Leader Xue. I know what I am doing. Yi Chenfeng nodded and said, I wonder if I can enter the misty fantasy realm now. Yes, Shui Fairy Lake warned. Be careful, don't try to be brave. Who? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the black cave. He passed through a thin layer of restriction and entered the cave. As soon as Yi Qinfeng entered the cave, a large number of illusions appeared before his eyes, confusing his vision and mind. However, in just a breath, the God-Eater brain devoured the illusions that had invaded his mind. He regained consciousness and quickly made his way into the cave. As he walked, the pitch-black cave suddenly became as bright as day. A lifelike stone sculpture made of white jade appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. Shui Rao, the 14th generation Misty Mountain sect leader, an expert at the peak of level 6 Beast King. She died 13,000 years ago, a peerless talent, a genius of her generation. Looking at the line of small words carved on the white jade, Yi Qinfeng revealed a sense of reverence. He bowed to her from afar and slowly walked over. Wang. When he arrived in front of Shui Rao's stone sculpture, a powerful soul energy surged out from the sculpture like a surging tide and rushed into Yi Qinfeng's soul, causing his soul to tremble. In the next moment, a large amount of soul flames appeared in Yi Qinfeng's mind, burning his soul and confusing his mind. Amidst the pain, it brought him back to the bloody storm that happened several tens of thousands of years ago in Misty Mountain, testing his true nature. The moment Yi Qinfeng lost himself, the God-Eater brain erupted with a powerful energy and directly devoured the soul flames that invaded his mind. While strengthening his soul, it also pulled him back from the illusions. How strange! Even with my tempered soul, I instantly lost myself. This misty fantasy realm is indeed not simple. Yi Qinfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the rapidly fading soul energy of Shui Rao's sculpture and muttered to himself. The God-Eater brain instantly devoured the soul flames. Although Yi Qinfeng's soul didn't undergo much tempering, his soul power increased by a lot, especially the two-headed blood dragon king. Its huge body began to grow again. Many thanks, Senior. Yi Qinfeng, who obtained great benefits, deeply bowed to Shui Rao's sculpture. He easily passed through the first layer of the fantasy realm and walked towards the second layer of the fantasy realm. Shui Tongyin, the 10th patriarch of Misty Mountain, half-step battle beast emperor, died 26,000 years ago. Piercing heaven divine technique is incomparably tyrannical. Yi Qinfeng advanced quickly for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. Then he discovered the second sculpture of a tall and proud man standing in a pool. So there were also men among the patriarchs of Misty Mountain. Looking at the tyrannical and invincible imposing sculpture before him, Yi Qinfeng also bowed and slowly walked in front of him to accept his test. Buzz! Standing in front of Shui Tongyun's sculpture, Yi Qinfeng suddenly realized that the air around him had become turbulent. An overwhelming amount of soul energy surged into his soul, forming a large amount of soul flames that burned his soul, causing him to lose himself in an instant. The next moment, Yi Qinfeng found himself lying on a soft big bed. A woman wearing a white tulle nightgown, with her enchanting body faintly discernible, fair skin, and slender legs completely exposed to the air, exuding a mature and charming aura, was nestled in his arms. And this woman exuding a mature charm wasn't Yu Nikhang, Fu Yuiwe, Ji Qingxiwe, or Baixia, but Shui Piaoling, who wasn't very close to him. Because Shui Piaoling's nightgown was too thin, with Yi Qinfeng's eyesight, he could almost see through her entire body. Coupled with the close skin and the delicate fragrance from her body, Yi Qinfeng's blood surged and his breathing became rapid. At this moment, Shui Piaoling, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up. She looked at Yi Qinfeng with a tender gaze. The tulle dress on her body was torn into pieces, revealing an almost perfect and flawless body. Like a smooth little snake, she wrapped herself around Yi Qinfeng. In an instant, Yi Qinfeng completely lost himself. A crack appeared in his incomparably firm heart of cultivation. He couldn't help but hug Xue Piaoling's plump body that was like a peach. Just as Yi Qinfeng was intoxicated by lust and couldn't extricate himself, the God-Eater brain became restless. It formed a devouring vortex in Yi Qinfeng's mind, crazily devouring the soul fire that burned his soul and lost his consciousness. In the next moment, the charming scene in front of him shattered. Xue Piaoling looked at him sadly and disappeared like ripples in water. My heart of cultivation is broken. With the help of the God-Eater brain, the pale Yi Qinfeng finally regained his consciousness. But when he recalled the scene just now, he still had lingering fears. Once his heart of cultivation was broken, it would cause immeasurable damage to him and shake his cultivation foundation. Is this ethereal dreamland too powerful, or is lust my fatal weakness? Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself, "Sigh, this ethereal dreamland is indeed more difficult than I thought." Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and sat cross-legged under the statue of Xue Tongyin. He entered a state of meditation, guarding his heart and repairing his broken heart of cultivation bit by bit. About 2 days later, through Yi Qinfeng's unremitting efforts, he finally repaired his broken Tao heart. He let out a long sigh of relief and slowly stood up. He didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he walked towards the third layer of the ethereal fantasy realm without hesitation. For mobile users, please visit Chapter 400, Snow Fairy, the third sect master of the Misty Mountain, second rank Beast Emperor realm. She died 48,000 years ago and was once the strongest person in the Northern Spirit region. Looking at the peerless beauty in front of him, Yi Qinfeng found it hard to imagine that such a beauty was the strongest person in the Northern Spirit region. Yi Qinfeng politely bowed towards the Snow Fairy statue. He adjusted his breathing and stood in front of her to accept her test. Boom! Flames flashed in front of Yi Qinfeng's eyes. Endless soul fire gushed out of the Snow Fairy statue. Like a tornado sweeping through the heavens and earth, it entered his soul, burning his soul and making him lose his consciousness. However, Yi Qinfeng was already prepared. The moment his soul was lost, the god-devouring brain quickly wriggled and formed a devouring whirlpool, crazily devouring the soul fire. Just as Yi Qinfeng was guarding his heart and accepting the tempering of the soul fire released by the Snow Fairy, the Snow Fairy Pond found out that Yi Qinfeng had passed the first 2 trials of the illusory space through a jade crystal that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Everyone, according to the origin jade crystal of the ethereal mirage. Yi Qinfeng has already passed the test of the first 2 ancestors in the ethereal mirage. Now he is undergoing the test of the Snow Fairy's ancestor. Now, no one will doubt his intentions. The Snow Fairy Pond revealed a faint smile and said, "Damn, are the 2 ancestors blind? They actually let that brat pass the test." Hearing this news, Gao Zongyan was unwilling to accept it and angrily cursed in his heart. "First Elder, what should we do now?" The gloomy Gao Zongyan asked the calm Xue Qinglan through voice transmission. "What's the hurry? The show has just begun." The corner of Xue Qinglan's mouth slightly rose, revealing a sneer that was hard to detect. She said, "That brat is not a disciple of the Misty Mountain. Not to mention the difficulty of the test, the ancestors will not be merciful to him. Therefore, if he insists on continuing the test, his soul will be damaged or his Tao heart will be broken. And if his soul is damaged or his cultivation heart is broken, it will take a very long time to recover. At that time, he won't be able to go to Ancient Sky City to participate in the martial arts competition. When the Snow Fairy Pond, Xue Piaoling, and the others leave, it will be easy for us to kill him." "Great Elder, you're so considerate." Hearing Xue Qinglan's evil plan, Gao Zongyan's eyes suddenly lit up. His depressed mood was swept away. He looked forward to the news of Yi Qinfeng's failure and serious injury. God-devouring brain. Break the illusion, devour the soul fire. About half a day later, Yi Qinfeng, who had undergone a long tempering process, suddenly opened his eyes. The devouring vortex in his mind had completely devoured the soul fire released by the snow fairy statue. Following that, a loud dragon roar resounded in the depths of his mind. After half a day of tempering, the two-headed blood dragon king had become even more terrifying. Its huge body had grown to 3,500 meters, and the King Ancient Rune had become even more powerful. Thank you for your help, Senior. Yi Qinfeng, who had obtained great benefits, deeply bowed to the snow fairy statue. After a simple recovery, he continued to walk into the depths of the misty, illusory realm. Yi Qinfeng has passed the snow fairy ancestors' test. Through the origin jade crystal, the snow fairy pond learned about Yi Qinfeng's latest movements. However, there was no trace of joy on her face. Instead, there was deep worry. Looking at the snow fairy pond's frowning brows and dignified face, the smile on Wandering's face instantly froze. He asked nervously, "Master, what happened?" Yi Qinfeng is too impulsive. After passing the snow fairy ancestors' test, he did not leave the misty, illusory realm. Instead, he went to the fourth layer of the illusory realm to accept the test of our Misty Mountain's founder. The snow fairy pond said in a dignified voice, "Master, we don't know how strong Qinfeng is. Quickly go and stop him. Don't let anything happen to him." Xue Piaoling knew how dangerous the fourth layer of the illusory realm was, so he urged nervously, "Sect Master, I think you are too worried. I can see that Yi Qinfeng is not an ordinary person. Since he dares to accept the challenge of our Misty Mountain's founder, he should have a certain degree of confidence. I suggest that we wait a little longer. Maybe he can give us a big surprise." Xue Qinglan, who was secretly delighted, said with a calm expression, "No, I will not allow Qinfeng to take risks. I will stop him myself." Xue Piaoling ignored Xue Qinglan's words. He stood up and was about to go to the misty, illusory realm. It's too late. Yi Qinfeng has already entered the fourth layer of the illusory realm and is ready to accept the test of the Misty Mountain's founder. Let's just wait and see. Xue Fairy Pond's deep eyes glanced at Xue Qinglan, shook his head and said, "Yi Qinfeng, do you really think that the misty illusory realm, one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Misty Mountain, is so simple? You will soon know that the misty illusory realm can also kill people." Gao Zhongyan sneered. He seemed to have foreseen Yi Qinfeng's tragic end. Xue Piaomiao, the founder of the Misty Mountain. Her strength is unknown. 81,000 years ago, she ascended and tore the sky to enter the heaven domain. When she was in charge of the Misty Mountain was ranked as an 8th grade sacred ground in the fighting spirit continent. She is the founder of the Misty Mountain. 81,000 years ago, she ascended to the heaven domain. Looking at the tall and beautiful statue of Xue Piaomiao, who was wearing a white silk dress, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but feel respect for her. He bowed 3 times respectfully before walking to her statue. Buzz, buzz, Yi Qinfeng walked over step by step. Waves of invincible intent spread out from Xue Piaomiao's statue. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng's vision blurred. The scene in front of him changed drastically. He discovered that he was actually in a world of ice and snow. A woman wearing a white jasmine gauze floated in the air. She had an incomparably beautiful appearance and a pair of charming phoenix eyes. Silently, she was looking at him. This is a willpower space. Looking at the white-dressed woman in front of him, Yi Qinfeng immediately recognized her. She was the founder of the Misty Mountain, the one who ascended to the heaven domain, Xue Piaomiao. And the space he was in was most likely a willpower space formed by her soul. Defeat me, and you can leave this place. Loser, die. Xue Piaomiao, looked at Yi Qinfeng without a trace of emotion, and spoke in a bone-chilling voice. After speaking, Xue Piaomiao's body gushed out a shocking, killing intent. It filled the entire space of ice and snow. The fluctuations caused the entire space to tremble. It gave Yi Qinfeng immense pressure. Swish! A sword light that was hard to be seen by the naked eye cut across the vast sky. It tore apart the space and cleaved towards Yi Qinfeng with extreme speed. Sword-based Dao pattern attack. Xue Piaomiao's sword was too fast. Yi Qinfeng had no time to react and could only instinctively release the sword Dao pattern to block. Crack! 10 sword Dao patterns clashed with the sword light that Xue Piaomiao cleaved out. In an instant, the sword light that was condensed from the 10 sword Dao patterns shattered. The shocking sword light didn't diminish and pierced towards Yi Qinfeng. It directly penetrated his body and splashed out a large amount of blood. Sword Dao, First Heaven. I didn't expect you to comprehend the Sword Dao, First Heaven with your grade 6 mystic beast ancestor cultivation. It seems like you are also an extremely talented individual, but it is a pity that your strength is too weak. With just the Sword Dao, First Heaven, you are still unable to change your fate. After speaking, Xue Piaomiao continued to attack. Streaks of sword light that swept across the heaven and earth and tore apart the void cleaved down from the sky. They brought along an absolute power and cleaved towards Yi Qinfeng. In an instant, Yi Qinfeng's defense was broken. His body was cleaved by the shocking sword light and shattered into thousands of pieces. Chapter 401. She has already ascended. All of this is nothing. All of this is just an illusion. My intent is to pursue the Supreme Tao. How can mere obstacles hinder my progress? His body was shattered by the shocking sword lights, but Yi Qinfeng's spirit flame burned brighter and brighter. His powerful willpower supported his shattered body. The God-Eater brain in his mind and the primal chaos divine within his heart meridian complemented each other and instantly reconstructed his body. As expected, all of this is just an illusion. If I give up, then everything will truly be over. Looking at his intact body, Yi Qinfeng's willpower and battle intent reached the peak. An unparalleled aura was emitted from his body. The God-Eater brain's deduction speed also reached the peak as it searched for Xue Piaomiao's flaw. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect your willpower to be so strong, but it is a pity that you are not a disciple of my Misty Mountain. Whether you can leave this place will depend on your ability. While speaking, Xue Piaomiao continued to make her move. Her graceful body spun one round in midair. Dazzling sword lights were like blooming lotuses that split from her body. They mixed with powerful sword Dao and slashed at Yi Qinfeng. 7 Sword of Judgment, Thunder Devour. Facing Xue Piaomiao's attack, Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. The double-headed blood, dragon, king, fused into his body. The sword Dao pattern and thunder Dao pattern quickly fused. The power of the spirit pearl in his Shunmen acupoint burst out and turned into a giant thunder sword. It slashed through the void and slashed at Xue Piaomiao's lotus sword shadow. Rumble! A series of deafening explosions echoed. It was filled with sword Dao pattern and thunder Dao pattern. The giant thunder sword with 3 million kilograms of force clashed with the lotus sword shadow. But Xue Piaomiao's strength was too terrifying. The power of her lotus sword shadow was far superior to the giant thunder sword. In merely 3 breaths' time, the huge lightning sword shattered. Streaks of invincible lotus sword shadows enveloped Yi Qinfeng like stormy waves. The remaining force did not diminish in the slightest as it struck his body, once again turning his body into minced meat. The great Tao of heaven and earth, my heart is eternal. As long as the great Tao does not perish, I will not perish. Facing the nearly invincible Xue Piaomiao, Yi Qinfeng didn't fear Yi Qinfeng at all. He once again relied on his powerful soul consciousness to reform his body. Seventh sword of judgment, waning moon. Yi Qinfeng shouted. His entire body turned into a crescent moon that pierced through space and the earth. It cut through all barriers and slashed towards Xue Piaomiao. Although the waning moon's sword gleam was extremely powerful, there was an insurmountable gap between him and Xue Piaomiao. He couldn't rely on Dao skills to make up for it. Kacha! The crescent moon's sword light was shattered by Xue Piaomiao's sword and did not cause any harm to her. Great Sun, Heaven Fire Fist! Flame Dragon destroys the world. Even the most powerful waning moon sword beam couldn't hurt Xue Piaomiao, but Yi Qinfeng's confidence in winning was still unshaken. He cleared away all distracting thoughts in his mind and guarded his heart. He used all of his skills to fight against Xue Piaomiao. Master, how is Qingfeng now? Xue Piaomiao asked nervously. She was afraid that something would happen to Yi Qinfeng. If that happened, not only would she feel guilty for the rest of her life, but the Misty Mountain might also suffer an unprecedented blow. Yi Qinfeng is still undergoing the test of the Misty Mountain Great Ancestor. He doesn't seem to be in any danger now, but it's hard to say after a while. Although Yi Qinfeng lasted for more than 2 hours, which greatly exceeded everyone's expectations, Xue Qinglan and the others at the Snow Fairy Pond knew how dangerous Xue Piaomiao's test was. They didn't think that Yi Qinfeng would pass the test in the end. Great Elder, you are still the best. You used a borrowed knife to kill the enemy. Gao Zhongyan, who was in a good mood, showed a rare smile and kept flattering her through voice transmission. Humph, I have many ways to toy with that arrogant brat. Xue Qinglan showed a proud smile and replied through voice transmission. Time passed second by second. Yi Qinfeng could no longer remember how many times his body had been shattered by Xue Piaomiao and how long he had been on the verge of death. However, every time his body was shattered, he could use his strong willpower to reconstruct his body and continue fighting with Xue Piaomiao. Even Xue Piaomiao had a look of admiration for his strong willpower and unyielding heart. She had a heart of love for his talent. Persevere. This is only the 4th illusory space. If I fail the 4th illusory space test, how can I challenge the Misty Stone inscriptions? Yi Qinfeng encouraged himself again and again as he fought with Xue Piaomiao. Swish! At this moment, a light flashed in front of Yi Qinfeng's eyes. Xue Piaomiao had once again launched a fierce killing move. Several sword lights, as fast as lightning, pierced through the sky and slashed towards his body. Just as Yi Qinfeng's body was about to be split open again, suddenly, crisscrossing patterns appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng's eyes. These patterns were the attack trajectories of the sword lights. Thunderbolt flash. Streaks of lightning formed under his feet. In an instant, he made several unimaginable dodges according to the attack trajectories captured by the God-Eater brain, dodging Xue Piaomiao's sword lights. You can actually dodge my attacks. Seeing Yi Qinfeng unscathed and dodging her attacks, Xue Piaomiao's cold face revealed a bewildered expression. Weakness. Her weakness is between her eyebrows. As long as you pierce through her forehead, her body will disintegrate. While dodging the attacks, the God-Eater brain finally locked onto her weakness. However, Xue Piaomiao's strength was too terrifying. In order to hit her forehead, one must find a way to get close to her body. Otherwise, long-distance attacks would have no chance at all. Wrath of God's punishment. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng had already figured out a way to get close to Xue Piaomiao. The black heavenly flames, ancient profound ice, and ancient extreme purple lightning surged out of his body, turning into a 3-colored destructive light ball that shot towards Xue Piaomiao like a meteor. Break! As the destructive light ball approached, Xue Piaomiao's expression didn't change. A spinning sword light shot out and pierced through the destructive light ball, causing it to explode. Rumble! A series of deafening explosions resounded. A powerful force spread out in the world of ice and snow, causing the entire world to distort. Large patches of glaciers were turned into dust. Wind riding technique. The moment the wrath of God's punishment exploded, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the golden rock wings and executed the wind riding technique. With extreme speed, he pierced through the destructive storm and approached Xue Piaomiao. Just as Xue Piaomiao's interweaving sword lights attacked, Yi Qinfeng transformed into his strongest beast soul form. Large patches of blood dragon scales covered his entire body. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng, a level 6 mystic beast ancestor, was actually able to execute an ability that only an emperor-level expert could master, Xue Piaomiao was stunned and revealed an astonished expression. Although she regained consciousness in just half a second, this half a second was enough for Yi Qinfeng to get close to her and launch a fatal attack. Flying Immortal Sword. When Yi Qinfeng appeared in front of Xue Piaomiao, he used his hand as a sword and thrusted out a shocking sword. The flying Immortal Sword that exceeded the speed of light directly pierced through her forehead. In the next moment, crisscrossing cracks appeared on Xue Piaomiao's body. A large amount of pure soul power entered Yi Qinfeng's mind. The world of ice and snow formed by Xue Piaomiao's intent collapsed. For mobile users, please visit Chapter 402. Huff, I did it. After breaking through Xue Piaomiao's consciousness and returning to the misty, illusory realm, Yi Qinfeng let out a long sigh of relief as a faint smile appeared on his pale face. Junior, you are the only person who has passed my test perfectly in the past tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, you're not a disciple of my Misty Mountain, so I cannot give you any additional rewards. At this moment, Xue Piaomiao's sculpture suddenly opened its eyes as if it had come alive. A beautiful voice that sounded like it came from beyond the heavens came out from the sculpture. Thank you, Senior. I have already gained a lot. Yi Qinfeng did not reveal a trace of regret as he spoke in a calm voice. Lingering on the edge of life and death while accepting Xue Piaomiao's test, Yi Qinfeng's willpower had been greatly tempered. His soul had become stronger, and his soul beast, the two-headed blood dragon king, had grown to 4,000 meters, becoming extremely terrifying. Yi Qinfeng completely believed that as long as he broke the dragon egg and absorbed its essence, he would naturally break through to the level 1 defiant beast king realm. Junior, although I cannot give you any additional rewards, if you can pass the test of the Misty Stone Engraving, the stone engraving will give you a generous reward, Xue Piaomiao continued. Senior, what is the reward of the Misty Stone Engraving? What is the test of the Misty Stone Engraving? Yi Qinfeng asked modestly. The Misty Stone Engraving comes from the Heaven Domain, and its test for everyone is different. The stone engraving contains the illusion Dao intent, the sword Dao intent, the saber Dao intent, and the spear Dao intent. If you can pass the test of the Misty Stone Engraving, you can comprehend the 4 Dao intents at will, and the time limit is 1 month. For Dao intents, Yi Qinfeng knew how precious and terrifying Dao intents were. If he could cultivate his sword Dao to the 2nd or even the 3rd heavenly layer, his attack power would greatly increase. By then, he would be able to kill a level 4 defiant beast king with his sword Dao alone. However, Junior, you are not a disciple of my Misty Mountain. The test of the Misty Stone Engraving is far better than that of my Misty Mountain's disciples. Therefore, if you insist on accepting the test of the Misty Stone Engraving, you must be mentally prepared. With your strength, you have at most a 20% chance of passing. Senior, if I fail the test, will I die? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and asked, That's right. You're not a disciple of my Misty Mountain. Once you fail the test, there will only be one outcome, and that is death. Thus, although the Misty Stone inscriptions are a great opportunity, it is also accompanied by great risks. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Junior has decided to accept the test of the Misty Stone inscriptions. Yi Qinfeng had experienced far too many dangers along the way. A mere obstacle would not be able to shake his conviction. He made his decision without hesitation. Since you've made up your mind, I can only wish you good luck. That's right, Senior. If Misty Mountain encounters great danger, can you lend a hand? Thinking of the West Devil Sect's scheme against Misty Mountain, Yi Qinfeng asked. What's wrong? Is Misty Mountain in danger? Shui Piao asked. Yes, Misty Mountain has encountered quite a bit of trouble. Yi Qinfeng nodded and told her about Misty Mountain's current situation. Sigh, I never thought that after nearly 90,000 years of development, the Misty Mountain that I established with my own hands would end up in such a state, being bullied by a mere 7th-grade devil sect. Shui Piao sighed softly and said, However, whether they can survive this calamity or not can only depend on themselves. As for me, I am only a strand of remnant soul, left in the soul-returning stone. Once I leave, I will turn into ashes. All right, I've already said what I need to say. Whether you can pass the test of the Misty Stone inscriptions will depend on your ability. If you can pass the test of the Misty Stone inscriptions, I hope that you can help Misty Mountain when it is in danger. When there is a day when you have the opportunity to ascend to the heaven region, I will repay this favor. Senior, rest assured. If something happens to Misty Mountain, Junior will definitely not sit idly by. Furthermore, I believe that Misty Mountain will definitely be able to survive this crisis. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng deeply bowed 3 times towards Shui Piao's statue and walked towards the last layer of the Misty Illusion realm. Passed, Qinfeng has passed Ancestor Misty Mountain's test. Through the Origin Jade Crystal, the Snow Fairy Pond found out that Yi Qinfeng had passed Shui Piao's test. Her calm face revealed a rare smile as she slowly said, What? The Snow Fairy Pond's words were like a demonic voice that echoed in Gao Zhongyan's ears. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was slightly agape. His entire person fell into a sluggish state. Not only was Gao Zhongyan dumbfounded, but Shui Qinglan's heart was also in turmoil. She couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng had passed Shui Piao's test. Changfeng, you are indeed powerful. I am looking forward to seeing you shine in the martial competition in Ancient Sky City. Shui Piao breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a charming smile like a blooming flower. She excitedly said in her heart, Yi Qinfeng has gone to the 5th layer of the illusion. When the entire hall was silent, the smile on the Snow Fairy Pond's face suddenly froze. Is he crazy? Did he not listen to my warning and insisted on going to his death? What? Qinfeng has gone to the 5th layer of the illusion. After hearing this news, Shui Piao's heart, which had just calmed down, became tense again as her delicate face paled a bit. As for the gloomy Shui Qinglan and Gao Zhongyan, they revealed a gloating expression. Haha, Yi Qinfeng, I find that you are really naive and cute. You really think that you are qualified to challenge the Misty Stone engraving after passing the Great Ancestor's test? Do you know that no one has dared to challenge the Misty Stone engraving for nearly 10,000 years? Just wait to be killed by the Misty Stone engraving. Gao Zhongyan revealed a ferocious expression and declared Yi Qinfeng's death sentence in his heart. Piu Miao, come with me. We will go stop Yi Qinfeng. I hope we can make it in time. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, the Snow Fairy Pond immediately stood up and wanted to bring Shui Piao to the Misty Phantasmagoria to stop Yi Qinfeng from going to the 5th layer of the illusion. Old Sect Master, aren't you worrying too much? That Yi Qinfeng can pass the Great Ancestor's test, so he must be extraordinary. Maybe he can create a miracle. Shui Qinglan stood up and stood in front of the Snow Fairy Pond and Shui Piao. Qinglan, I hope you are saying this from the bottom of your heart. The Snow Fairy Pond looked at Shui Qinglan, who stood in front of her, and said with a deep meaning, Are you doubting my loyalty to the Misty Mountain? Shui Qinglan and the Snow Fairy Pond were of the same generation, and were both level 6 defiant beast kings. Therefore, Shui Qinglan was not afraid of the Snow Fairy Pond. Qinglan, you have to know how important Yi Qinfeng is to the Misty Mountain. Whether we can survive this catastrophe depends on him. The Snow Fairy Pond solemnly reminded. Old sect master, you are underestimating the Misty Mountain. Xue Qinglan said indifferently, the Misty Mountain is full of talents. My grandson Xue Tianyang is only one step away from the defiant Beast King realm. As long as he can make a breakthrough in the next 3 months, he will be able to show disdain in the ancient Sky City martial arts competition. While Xue Qinglan was trying to stop Yi Qinfeng quickly passed through a thin layer of restriction and entered the 5th layer of the Misty Phantasmagoria. He saw the misty stone engraving that was more than 10 meters tall. It was both real and illusory. Its surface was flowing with misty clouds, and it was engraved with a large number of patterns. It looked like a divine steel. When Yi Qinfeng walked under the misty stone engraving, the scene in front of him immediately changed. In just 1 second, he was pulled into the illusory world by the misty stone engraving and could not extricate himself. For mobile users, please visit Chapter 403. Een, a series of deafening roars suddenly entered Yi Qinfeng's ears, waking him up from the illusory world. This is my spiritual beast, the double-headed Blood Dragon King. When Yi Qinfeng opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange space. A blood-red behemoth was hovering in midair, staring at him with hostility. This behemoth was his spiritual beast, the double-headed Blood Dragon King. The ethereal stone engraving is indeed terrifying. It actually transformed into my spiritual beast, the double-headed Blood Dragon King, to deal with me. It is indeed a product of the heavenly domain. Yi Qinfeng looked at the double-headed Blood Dragon King as if he was facing a great enemy. He wanted to fuse with his spiritual beast, increase his strength, and fight with it to tear this illusory space apart. How can it be? My spiritual beast, the double-headed Blood Dragon King, disappeared. When Yi Qinfeng was fusing with the double-headed Blood Dragon King, he was shocked to find that the double-headed Blood Dragon King was gone. He couldn't sense any heaven artifact or treasure. Yi Qinfeng's strength was greatly reduced because he couldn't fuse with the double-headed Blood Dragon King and summon the King armament. And since he couldn't fuse with his spiritual beast, Yi Qinfeng couldn't transform into his strongest beast soul form. At this moment, the double-headed Blood Dragon King let out a dragon roar that pierced through clouds and cracked stones. It twisted its huge body of 4,000 meters long and launched an attack with endless bloody light. Wrath of divine punishment, the double-headed Blood Dragon King's murderous aura surged. Yi Qinfeng didn't hesitate to burn his dragon bloodline. Black flame skyfire, ancient extreme purple thunder, and ancient cold mystic ice immediately gushed out of his body, turning into a 3-colored destructive light ball that bombarded the double-headed Blood Dragon King like a meteor. Rumble, a thunderous sound exploded, causing the entire space to shake. When the wrath of divine punishment bombarded the 2-headed Blood Dragon King's huge body, it released a ferocious tide-like power that engulfed the 2-headed Blood Dragon King. God-Eater Brain break. The moment the wrath of divine punishment engulfed the double-headed Blood Dragon King, the power of the God-Eater Brain erupted, radiating in the illusory space, quickly deducing the reality of this space and looking for flaws. Een. 2 furious dragon roars resounded. The destructive storm that seemed to be engulfing the heaven and earth suddenly split open a huge hole. The double-headed Blood Dragon King, whose entire body was brimming with bloody radiance, broke through the destructive storm and attacked with bared fangs and brandished claws. Sword Dao pattern, flaming dragon annihilation. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. 10 incomparably sharp sword Dao patterns shot out from his body and rapidly fused together, instantly turning into 9 blazing flame dragons that swept everything in their path towards the 2-headed Blood Dragon King's huge body. Facing Yi Qinfeng's flame dragon world annihilation and 9 dragons, sword slash, the 2-headed Blood Dragon King didn't slow down. Its huge body pressed forward and relied on its absolute strength to smash through the 9 dragons' sword slash, attacking Yi Qinfeng without slowing down. wind-riding technique. As the two-headed Blood Dragon King approached, Yi Qinfeng's entire body turned into a hurricane and instantly soared in speed. He dodged the attack of the two-headed Blood Dragon King and appeared in mid-air. However, although he dodged the attack of the two-headed Blood Dragon King, the qi and blood in his body were violently surging due to the dragon prowess emitted by the two-headed Blood Dragon King. There was also a trace of disorder in his qi and blood. In the face of the death threat of the two-headed Blood Dragon King, Yi Qinfeng's heart was as calm as still water. There wasn't a trace of panic on his handsome face. It seemed that no matter how great the danger was, it couldn't shake his firm heart. Een. After the attack was dodged, the eyes of the two-headed Blood Dragon King turned blood red. It let out an earth-shaking dragon roar and bombarded Yi Qinfeng with earth-shattering force. The dragon roar of the two-headed Blood Dragon King was too terrifying. It caused the spatial airflow to surge rapidly. For a moment, the entire space became chaotic, and a large area of space was distorted. Flying Immortal Sword cut through the void. It was unavoidable. The sword Dao pattern and the thunder Dao pattern fused together and turned into an otherworldly sword. It forcibly tore through the distorted void in front of him and weakened the power of the dragon roar. However, the difference in strength between Yi Qinfeng and the two-headed Blood Dragon King was too great. The flying immortal sword was like a boat sailing against the current. It tore through the distorted void for more than 10 meters before it was shattered by the earth-shattering dragon roar. 3 million kilograms of strength. Great Sun Skyfire Fist. The remaining power of the terrifying dragon roar struck. The power of the spiritual bead in the Shinmen acupoint erupted. The black flame, Skyfire, gushed out of his fist and blasted out a fist light that was like a scorching sun. It was filled with the great Tao concept and bombarded the dragon roar. The heaven and earth shook, and it was earth-shattering. The entire space was constantly exploding. The huge collision sound was like the shaking of a divine bell, bursting out with destructive power. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Facing the dragon roar released by the two-headed Blood Dragon King head-on, Yi Qinfeng's entire body was severely injured. A large amount of blood splattered. His entire body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, smashing a big hole in the ground. How can the two-headed Blood Dragon King be so terrifying? Yi Qinfeng found that the strength of the two-headed Blood Dragon King in front of him was far beyond his spiritual beast. His thoughts turned quickly in his mind, and he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the two-headed Blood Dragon King is the power core of this illusory space and also the only flaw? Thinking of this, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the power of the God-Eater brain to radiate on the two-headed Blood Dragon King's huge body, looking for its physical flaw. That is, under the heaven-defying deduction of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng unexpectedly found that the two-headed Blood Dragon King's huge body was illusory and non-existent, and what led its attack was an illusory light ball in its head. Illusion Dao Intent. That light ball is condensed from the illusion Dao Intent and the power of the ethereal stone inscription. The God-Eater brain quickly deduced the reality of the illusory light ball in the head of the two-headed Blood Dragon King. At this time, the two-headed Blood Dragon King, whose eyes were blood-red and full of killing intent, attacked again. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Yi Qinfeng. 7 swords of judgment, extreme cold. When the two-headed Blood Dragon King approached, 10 sword Dao patterns turned into extreme cold sword lights and pierced the illusory light ball in the head of the two-headed Blood Dragon King at an extremely fast speed. Being attacked by the extreme cold sword lights, the surface of the illusory light ball flashed with dense illusion Dao Intent, resisting the attack of the extreme cold sword lights. However, the two-headed Blood Dragon King was not affected at all. It turned into a bloody light and slammed into Yi Qinfeng, forcing him to dodge with all his strength. However, the two-headed Blood Dragon King's collision was extremely powerful. It formed a dense energy halo in the void and ruthlessly bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body, shattering his body's defense and sending him flying. A large amount of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Although Yi Qinfeng was injured by the two-headed Blood Dragon King's collision, the high-speed operation of the God-Eater brain always sensed the profundity of the illusion Tao intent the instant the illusory light ball flashed. It quickly deduced. If the God-Eater brain could deduce the truth of the illusion Tao intent, Yi Qinfeng would be able to use his understanding of the illusion Tao intent to find the flaw and break through the illusory light ball in one fell swoop, breaking this illusory space. Wind riding technique. While the God-Eater brain was deducing the illusion Tao intent, Yi Qinfeng controlled the 10-life Tao patterns to heal his heavy injuries. He summoned the Golden Rock wings, burned the Golden Rock bloodline, and executed the wind riding technique to quickly dodge the ferocious attacks launched by the two-headed Blood Dragon King, stalling for time. Time flowed by minute by minute. Yi Qinfeng was like a bolt of lightning, shifting and shifting in the chaotic space to dodge the attacks of the two-headed Blood Dragon King. However, the two-headed Blood Dragon King was too terrifying, and the entire space was destroyed by it into chaos. A large number of attacks repeatedly bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body, aggravating his injuries. If it wasn't for Yi Qinfeng's strong physical body, dragon bloodline, and life Tao intent, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Yi Qinfeng used all his skills to dodge with all his strength, the frenzied, two-headed Blood Dragon King continuously let out deafening dragon roars and bombarded Yi Qinfeng, causing his soul to tremble violently, and a trace of delay appeared in his reaction. Although Yi Qinfeng regained consciousness in an instant, this fleeting moment was enough to be fatal. The two-headed Blood Dragon King's terrifying eyes locked onto Yi Qinfeng. It twisted its huge body, turned into a glaring bloodlight, and launched a fatal blow at Yi Qinfeng, who had a trace of delay in his reaction. For mobile users, please visit Chapter 404, God-Eater Brain, Break the Illusion Tao Intent. On the brink of life and death, Yi Qinfeng was abnormally calm. Under the threat of death, the God-Eater brain, whose deduction speed had reached the peak, finally deduced the illusion Tao intent and forcefully cracked it. 7 Swords of Judgment, Waning Moon. When the layers of illusion Tao intent on the surface of the illusory light sphere were forcefully stripped by the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng transformed into a sword and executed the greatest killing move he had mastered. 5 slaughter halos appeared behind him. The surging slaughter energy, sword Tao pattern, lightning Tao pattern, dragon blood energy, and 5 million kilograms of force fused together and condensed into a demonic waning moon. It bombarded the head of the two-headed Blood Dragon King at close range. Yi Qinfeng could be said to have used all his trump cards in this sword attack, and his attack power was perfectly displayed. If this sword attack failed, the two-headed Blood Dragon King's explosive power would be enough to shatter his body. Boom! The waning moon sword light bombarded the head of the two-headed Blood Dragon King with irresistible force and forcefully split open a crack on its head. Under the forceful stripping by the God-Eater brain, the illusion Tao intent on the surface of the illusory light sphere was weakened to the extreme, and the sword intent mixed with various forces directly penetrated the illusory light sphere. Kacha! A clear cracking sound echoed. After losing the protection of the illusion Tao intent, the defensive power of the illusory light sphere became extremely weak and was directly penetrated and shattered by the waning moon's sword light. Roar! The two-headed Blood Dragon King, who launched the fatal attack, roared in pain. Its enormous body shattered inch by inch along with the illusory light sphere and finally turned into endless illusory light that disappeared in the chaotic space. When the illusory light sphere shattered and the two-headed Blood Dragon King disappeared, the entire illusory space shattered along with it. But before Yi Qinfeng had a chance to catch his breath, the faintly discernible stone inscription that flowed with the light of Tao insight appeared above his head, and it pressed down on Yi Qinfeng's body like a mountain. Two-headed blood dragon king, fused with 5 million kilograms of force. After returning to the real world, Yi Qinfeng didn't hesitate to fuse with the two-headed blood dragon king and activate the power of the spiritual pearl in his Shinmen acupoint. He erupted with 5 million kilograms of force, wanting to forcibly resist the suppression of the Misty Stone inscription. But the moment his hands held the Misty Stone inscription, a force beyond his imagination penetrated his arms, directly shattering his arms and injuring his arm bones. A large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably. Dragon bloodline burning, beast soul form. With the Misty Stone inscription on his arms injured, Yi Qinfeng immediately transformed into his strongest beast soul form. The Misty Stone inscriptions covered his body form's power. His body strength increased to 5 million kilograms of force. His strength, S's strength. Soul's is death's forces is covered, S's bloods. His trembling legs were pressed into the hard ground bit by the Misty Stone carvings. A large amount of blood flowed out from his severely injured arm and dyed his clothes red. Dao, attack! With half of his body crushed into the ground by the Misty Stone inscription, Yi Qinfeng, whose body was about to collapse, immediately controlled the 10 Dao patterns of life to repair his severely injured arms. The Dao patterns of sword and Dao patterns of thunder blended together and bombarded the Misty Stone inscription. However, the Misty Stone inscription came from the heaven region and was extremely hard. The 10 Dao patterns of sword and Dao patterns of thunder couldn't do any damage to it. Damn it! How can I break the Misty Stone inscription's attack? His body's injuries kept worsening, and Yi Qinfeng, who couldn't hold on any longer, kept thinking of ways to deal with it. Executing the life-soul technique might be able to increase his strength for a short period of time. But judging from the Misty Stone inscription's power, even if Yi Qinfeng had the strength of a Class 6 Defiant Beast King, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. It seems like I can only rely on the Chaos Divine Wood. Thinking of the other great treasure he had, Yi Qinfeng immediately communicated with the Chaos Divine Wood and summoned the Chaos Divine Wood with 2 tender leaves, pressing it against the Misty Stone inscription. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the Chaos Divine Wood made contact with the Misty Stone inscription, the energy halo rippled on the surface of the Misty Stone inscription. The terrifying power caused the entire void to have crisscrossing cracks. In the next moment, the Chaos Divine would sense the mysterious power hidden in the Misty Stone inscription. Thousands of green roots extended out and broke into the indestructible Misty Stone inscription like a hot knife through butter. It greatly reduced the pressure on Yi Qinfeng. Incredible! The roots of the Chaos Divine would actually broke the Misty Stone inscription. When Yi Qinfeng saw that the Chaos Divine would had completely restrained the Misty Stone inscription, he let out a long breath of relief. He kept injecting soul power into the Chaos Divine Wood and fully controlled it to resist the Misty Stone inscription suppression. God-Eater Brain deduced the Tao intent of sword and Tao intent of illusion. While the Chaos Divine Wood was devouring the Misty Stone inscription's power and resisting its suppression, the God-Eater Brain released powerful soul power and infused it into the Misty Stone inscription, forcibly deducing the Tao intent it contained. At the same time, a dozen figures appeared outside the Misty Illusion's 5th illusion space. The Snow Fairy Pond, Xue Piaoling, Xue, Qinglan, Gao Zhongyan, and the others gathered outside the 5th illusion space. Master, can you sense Qingfeng's current situation through the Origin Jade Crystal? Xue Piaoling's heart was in a mess. She looked at the dark illusion space through the violently fluctuating restriction and asked anxiously. She was very afraid that Yi Qinfeng would have an accident. The origin jade crystal can't sense Qingfeng's situation. The snow fairy pond shook her head and said gravely, but it can sense the misty stone inscription's situation. According to the information from the origin jade crystal, the misty stone inscription has already erupted with extreme power. This power is enough to crush an emperor. It's already a miracle that Yi Qinfeng is still alive now. Hearing the snow fairy pond's words, Xue Pialing seemed to have lost all her strength. Her body swayed slightly. There was no trace of blood on her delicate face. Her heart was filled with despair and sorrow. However, Xue Qinglan and Gao Zongyan showed gloating smiles. Yu Qin, you'll get your revenge soon. You can rest in peace in the underworld. Gao Zongyan's eyes flashed with a sinister light as he said in his heart, Master, nothing can happen to Qingfeng. Can you save him? Xue Pialing grabbed the snow fairy pond's arm tightly and begged bitterly. Ah, Pialing, you should know the origin of the misty stone inscription. Even the great elder can't shake it, let alone me. The snow fairy pond sighed softly and said, All we can do now is to pray that he can create a miracle. Miracle? Do you really think miracles can happen so easily? Xue Qinglan sneered and said in his heart. He had already sentenced Yi Qinfeng to death in his heart. Time passed by, but the snow fairy pond and the others still didn't hear the news of Yi Qinfeng's death. How can it be? It's been 6 hours. How can he still be alive with the strength of a 6th grade profound beast ancestor? Xue Qinglan and Gao Zongyan were in disbelief. They didn't dare to imagine that Yi Qinfeng could survive 6 hours in the face of the misty stone inscription that could kill an emperor-level expert. Yes, the power of the misty stone inscription has begun to fade. How did he do it? Can he really create a miracle? At this moment, the snow fairy pond felt the power of the misty stone inscription rapidly weakening through the origin jade crystal. Her face was filled with horror. What? Xue Qinglan and Gao Zongyan were dumbfounded when they heard the snow fairy pond's exclamation. Miracle! He really created a miracle. If Yi Qinfeng doesn't die, he will definitely stand at the top of the Duhan continent in the future. The snow fairy pond took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. She wasn't stingy with her praise. Qingfeng really created a miracle. Our Misty Mountain is saved. Xue Pialing's beautiful face revealed a charming smile. She kept praying for Yi Qinfeng in her heart. Just as Xue Pialing and the others were waiting with different feelings, a loud shattering sound was heard, causing the entire misty illusion to shake. There was another shocking change in the 5th illusion. For mobile users, please visit Chapter 405. What's going on? What happened inside? Hearing the earth-shattering explosion from the 5 illusions, many pairs of inquisitive eyes looked towards the snow fairy pond holding the origin jade crystal. They wanted to know what had happened inside. Why is there a crack on the origin jade crystal? What happened inside? Looking at the origin jade crystal with a slight crack in her hand, a trace of shock from the deepest part of her soul occupied her body, causing her mind to go blank. The origin jade crystal cracking was something that had never happened in the Misty Mountain's 100,000 years of history. It could be said that what was happening right now was beyond the knowledge of the snow fairy pond, causing her to be at a loss. Master, what's wrong? What happened inside? Looking at the dumbfounded snow fairy pond, Xue Pialing felt a strong sense of unease and nervously asked. Snow fairy pond took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart as she slowly said, I don't know what happened inside either, but when that explosion came out, the origin jade crystal cracked. What? The origin jade crystal that has been passed down for 100,000 years cracked? Hearing the snow fairy pond's words, everyone present was dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. It was as if all of this had happened in a dream. You all wait here for me. I'll go inform the great elder. Sensing the severity of the situation, The snow fairy pond hurriedly left the Misty Mountain and went to the only remaining great elder of the Misty Mountain, Shuesongqin, to report everything that had happened. The misty stone carving has cracked. Yi Qinfeng, who was in the center of the destructive storm, was quickly deducing the two great Tao intents. He was shocked to find that the misty stone carving from the heaven domain had a visible crack because of the chaos divine wood. The misty stone carving cracked, and a powerful Tao intent gushed out from the stone tablet, destroying the space and sweeping towards Yi Qinfeng. The Tao intent gushing out from the misty stone carving was extremely terrifying, enough to kill an ordinary emperor-level master. However, after devouring a large amount of energy from the stone carving, the sapling of the chaos divine would continuously grew 5 colored divine leaves, and the tree even gave birth to 6 strands of chaotic energy. Under the protection of the chaotic energy released by the chaos divine wood, the destructive energy gushing out from the misty stone carving could not pose a threat to Yi Qinfeng. He cleared all distractions and focused on controlling the God-Eater brain to deduce the sword and illusion Tao intents contained within the stone carving. Slowly, veined patterns containing Tao intent appeared in the God-Eater's mind. These veined patterns were the sword Tao pattern and illusion Tao pattern it had deduced. Crack! After another hour, the second crack appeared in the misty stone carvings. A vast amount of energy gushed out from the crack. The powerful energy distorted the space in the 5-layered illusion and attacked the growing chaos divine wood of God-Eater brain. The misty stone carving cracked one after another, and the Tao intents contained within became even more chaotic. This greatly affected the God-Eater brain's deduction speed, causing Yi Qinfeng a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the God-Eater brain had completed a transformation, and its deduction ability had increased by more than 10 times. Under its full speed deduction, it kept carving out clear Tao intents. The origin jade crystal cracked again. Looking at the origin jade crystal in her hand, the snow fairy immediately looked at an old woman beside her. She was wearing a plain long dress, and her hair was snow white. Her slightly sunken eye sockets hid a pair of eyes that had seen the vicissitudes of life, and she was holding a dragon-headed walking stick. This white-haired old woman was the only remaining great elder of the Misty Mountain. She was also the Misty Mountain's greatest reliance, the half-step emperor level master, Shuesongqin. Great elder, can you tell what's happening in the misty stone carving? The snow fairy asked respectfully. If I'm not wrong, the misty stone carving should have cracked, and that's why the origin jade crystal cracked, Shuesongqin said solemnly. The misty stone carving cracked. Hearing Shuesongqin's words, everyone's expression changed, and they couldn't help but gasp. Cracked the misty stone carving. How did he do it? Xue Qinglan and Gao Zhongyan looked at each other, and they saw the shock and horror in each other's eyes. How could the misty stone carving, which has been passed down for 100,000 years, crack? The snow fairy murmured in a daze. Maybe this is fate and also a tribulation. Shuesongqin looked at the twisting power that was like spiritual snakes, and the space that was completely chaotic. She fell into deep thought and only spoke after half an hour. Fate? Tribulation? The snow fairy frowned slightly, trying to figure out the meaning of Shuesongqin's words. No egg can remain unbroken when the nest is overturned. Shuesongqin said, when our misty mountain was facing the tribulation, the misty stone carving suddenly cracked. This should be fate. It seems that our misty mountain won't be able to avoid this tribulation. Grand Elder, with the help of Changfeng, we have already seen through the Western demon sect scheme. As long as we take precautions, I think that our misty mountain can still survive this tribulation, Shui Piaoling said softly. I originally thought that our misty mountain could survive this tribulation, but now it seems that the misty stone carving's cracking is a sign that a new variable and danger has appeared in this tribulation. Shue Songqin said with a solemn expression. However, the appearance of this young man may change the variables again. Grand Elder, you're saying that Yi Qinfeng will be an important person in our Misty Mountains tribulation? Shue Piaoling understood the meaning of Shue Songqin's words and said, Then, Grand Elder, do you think he can pass the Misty Stone Carvings test? I don't know if he can pass the Misty Stone Carvings test, but if he does, it is very likely that he will control the fate of our Misty Mountain, Shue Songqin said with deep meaning. Damn it, how can this be? What is the background of that kid? Hearing Shue Songqin's evaluation of Yi Qinfeng, Gao Zhongyan's heart sank. He was filled with unwillingness and uneasiness. With Yi Qinfeng's current talent and potential, Gao Zhongyan had no doubt that as long as he was given time, Yi Qinfeng could crush him as easily as crushing an ant. Gao Zhongyan would have no chance of revenge. Grand Elder, what should we do now? Gao Zhongyan anxiously asked Shue Qinglan, who had a solemn expression. Wait. Shue Qinglan also didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so heaven-defying. Not only did he create miracles, but he also cracked the misty stone carving that had been passed down for 100,000 years and alarmed Shue Songqin. Crack! Just as everyone was waiting with different emotions, a crisp cracking sound was heard again. The origin jade crystal in Shue Xinqing's hand cracked a third time, and then a fourth and a fifth. Oh no, the misty stone carving may break. Everyone, leave the misty illusion quickly to avoid any accidents. Shue Songqin saw more and more cracks on the origin jade crystal in Shue Xinqing's hand. Her expression changed slightly, and she made a prompt decision to lead everyone out of the misty illusion. Just as Shue Songqin and the others were about to escape from the misty illusion, an earth-shattering explosion rang out from the misty illusion. A powerful force directly tore through the misty illusion. It was like a mushroom cloud rising into the sky, blasting away the clouds in a radius of several dozen kilometers. It left behind a black hole in the sky that would not close up for a very long time. For mobile users, please visit Chapter 406. Crack! Although they had expected this, the moment the origin jade crystal shattered, everyone, including Shue Songqin, was stunned. Shue Piaoling couldn't help but worry about Yi Qinfeng's safety when she sensed the terrifying energy in the 9 heavens and saw the misty, illusory realm collapsing. Gao Zhongyan gulped when he saw the misty stone engraving shattering and the explosion of destructive energy. He quickly transmitted a message to Shue Qinglan, who had a gloomy expression. Someone is coming out. How can it be? Not only is he not dead, he isn't even injured. What kind of monster is he? When the misty stone engraving shattered, the energy released was extremely terrifying. Even an emperor-level expert would be obliterated, let alone them. Qingfeng, are you all right? Sister Piaoling, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Yi Qinfeng, did you shatter the misty stone engraving? Shue Xianqi might have confirmed it, but she still asked him in front of everyone. Yi Qinfeng, do you know the significance of the misty stone engraving to our Misty Mountain? Qingfeng, this is our Misty Mountain's supreme elder. Shue Piaoling transmitted a message to Yi Qinfeng, informing him of Shue Songqin's identity. Repay? Can you afford it? Gao Zhongyan said with a gloomy expression. Do you know that the misty stone engraving has been passed down for 100,000 years? Now that you have destroyed it, how are you going to repay our Misty Mountain? You, right at this moment, 20 sword Dao patterns burst out from Yi Qinfeng's body and instantly formed an extremely sharp sword light. It tore through the air and cleaved towards Gao Zhongyan at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Gao Zhongyan only saw the sword light flash in front of him, and his hair stood on end. He sensed the intense threat of death and instinctively wanted to dodge. I hate it when people point their fingers at me. If there is a next time, it won't be as simple as cutting your chest. I will slit your throat and send you to hell to meet your grandson. Yi Qinfeng looked at the pale and trembling Gao Zhongyan and warned him coldly. Gao Zhongyan never thought that Yi Qinfeng would dare to be so arrogant in front of Xue Songqin and the others, even injuring him with a single sword strike. However, Xue Qinglan was more shrewd than him. It was as if she didn't see his pleading eyes. She stood there in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. Xue Piaoling widened her eyes and asked in astonishment after witnessing the 20-sword Dao patterns gushing out from Yi Qinfeng's body. Yes, I was lucky enough to comprehend the second heaven of sword principle. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said humbly. Apart from the sword Dao, the God-Eater brain had also successfully inscribed 21 illusion Dao patterns. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to comprehend the illusion Dao intent to the second level and greatly increase his foundation strength. Yi Qinfeng, the destruction of the misty stone inscriptions in your hands is a predestined fate. The destruction of the misty stone inscriptions could possibly announce the impending calamity of my misty mountain. Your appearance has caused a trace of opportunity and variable to appear in this calamity. I wonder if you are willing to help my misty mountain survive this calamity? Xue Songqin looked at the unruly Yi Qinfeng with sparkling eyes and asked solemnly, If you are willing, I will not pursue the matter of you destroying the misty stone inscriptions. Good, good. Xue Songqin revealed a rare smile and said, There are less than 3 months before the ancient Sky City Martial Tournament. You should prepare well. I hope you can obtain the first place for my misty mountain, seize great fortune, and destroy the Western Devil Sect's conspiracy. Yes, Senior. Yi Qinfeng nodded heavily and said, This junior will not disappoint you. All right. Xue Songqin nodded and agreed. In these 2 months, my Misty Mountain's cultivation resources will be available for them to use. Yes, Master, I will go and select disciples now. Xue Piaoling nodded and said. As she spoke, the true leader of the Misty Mountain, the half-step combat beast Emperor Xue Songqin, held onto her dragon-headed walking stick and brought Yi Qinfeng away from the collapsed Misty Mirage. They headed towards one of the 3 forbidden grounds of the Misty Mountain, the Misty Immortal Pond. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record your reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 407. Yi Qinfeng, the Ethereal Immortal Pond, is one of the 3 forbidden grounds of the Ethereal Mountain. It has been passed down for 100,000 years. Every drop of spirit water in the Ethereal Immortal Pond contains an extremely large amount of spirit energy. If you soak in it and cultivate, your cultivation speed will increase by leaps and bounds. Looking at the Ethereal Immortal Pond illuminated by the clouds and feeling the dense spirit energy drifting in the Ethereal Immortal Pond, Yi Qinfeng felt that the soul-devouring art circulation speed had reached its peak. He couldn't wait to enter and cultivate. Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but take in a deep breath, sucking in all the spiritual energy in the air into his stomach as he said with a refreshed expression, Senior, please speak. I'm 100% certain, Yi Qinfeng said confidently. Don't worry, Senior. Since I dare to boast, I will definitely do it. Yi Qinfeng was full of confidence in his own strength. After Xue Songqin left, Yi Qinfeng leaped up and drew out a beautiful arc in midair before descending to the center of the misty immortal pool. He immersed himself within the pool as he circulated the soul-devouring technique to absorb the spirit water that was filled with dense spirit energy, and he improved his cultivation while comprehending the illusory Tao insight. I wonder if I can condense a second spirit pearl with the help of this ethereal immortal pond's spirit water. Once he condensed the spirit pearl in his Yongquan acupoint, the 2 spirit pearls would complement each other. Yi Qinfeng's physical strength would reach a shocking 5 million jin. Just his physical strength alone would be enough to crush a rank 4 defiant beast king. Yi Qinfeng circulated the divine 9 transformations at high speed. A powerful devouring power surged out from the Yongquan acupoint under his feet. It crazily devoured the spirit water in the ethereal immortal pond to condense the second spirit pearl. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared around Yi Qinfeng's body. A large amount of spirit water crazily entered his Yongquan acupoint and his body, condensing into a spirit pearl and nurturing primal chaos energy. The dragon egg was an item that stole the essence of heaven and earth. Even the supreme experts of the heaven domain would have a hard time obtaining it. If Yi Chenfeng absorbed the dragon egg's essence when he was trying to break through to the reverse Beast King realm, not only would he be able to greatly increase the potential of the two-headed Blood Dragon King, but he would also be able to strengthen his dragon bloodline and strengthen his body's foundation. This would lay the most solid foundation for his future cultivation. Xue Qinglan's grandson, Xue Tianyang, who was half a step into the defiant Beast King realm, took first place without any suspense. After the selection, Xue Piaoling immediately brought Xue Tianyang and the other 4 to the misty immortal pond. He let them enter the immortal pond to cultivate and prepare for the ancient Sky City martial meeting that would be held 2 months later. Under the dual devouring of the 9 transformations and the chaos divine would, a huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the entire misty immortal pond. The precious spiritual water crazily poured into the Yongquan acupoint at the bottom of Yi Qinfeng's feet, forming the second spiritual bead and nurturing the 10th strand of chaotic force. Xue Tianyang, who was 7 feet tall and wore a dark blue robe with black patterns embroidered on it, spoke angrily as he stared at Yi Qinfeng, who was in the center of the vortex, through the huge vortex with a dim light in his deep eyes. So no matter how big of a commotion he causes, you can't disturb his cultivation, Xue Piaoling warned solemnly. Because Xue Songqin had given a gag order that forbade them from spreading the news of the Misty Mountains calamity, Xue Tianyang and the others didn't know the danger of the ancient Sky City martial meeting. Xue Shiguang, who was burly and filled with explosive muscles and had hair that stood straight up like steel nails, spoke with a voice like muffled thunder. Tianyang's strength is indeed not bad, but according to my understanding, the Sword Valley, Ice Palace, Snake Valley, and Flowing Cloud sect all have disciples that have broken through to the realm of King, especially Sword Valley's Jianqin, who has even broken through to the realm of King. Who has the confidence to beat them? However, they had made the Misty Mountains spend a lot of effort and resources. This ancient Sky City martial meeting is far more complicated than you think. I have a feeling that other than Jianqin, there might be someone else who has broken through to the realm of King. So, put away your arrogance. If you don't give it your all, you might lose your lives in the ancient Sky City martial meeting, Xue Piaoling said solemnly. After devouring enough energy, Yi Qinfeng had successfully cultivated to the second layer of spirit body and condensed a second spiritual pearl in his Yongquan acupoint. His physical strength had reached a shocking 5 million jin. Feeling the surging power in his Yongquan acupoint, Yi Qinfeng, who was soaking in the celestial pond, opened his sharp eyes and revealed a faint smile on his handsome face. Originally, /BK/HL/30/30709 /mobile reading site. Book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the Save button below to record your reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 408. Whoosh! I'm sorry, Sect Master Xue. I was cultivating just now and caused a bit of trouble for you. However, from start to finish, Yi Qinfeng did not look at Xue Tianyang. His arrogant attitude made Xue Tianyang's face turn ashen. Sensing the oppressive aura emitted from Yi Qinfeng's body, Xue Tianyang felt a trace of pressure. He glared at Yi Qinfeng with hostility and was the first to jump into the rippling immortal pond. He started to absorb the immortal water that had a lot less spirit chi and tried to break through to the absolute king realm. On the other hand, the petite Xue Yiqian, who was wearing a black martial robe and had a rosy face and a youthful and lively aura, showed a great interest in Yi Qinfeng. She blinked her big eyes and said sweetly, "Senior Brother Yi, my name is Xue Yiqian. Nice to meet you." Looking at the doll-like Xue Yiqian, a faint smile appeared on Yi Qinfeng's face. He took the initiative to shake her hand. However, the moment he held Xue Yiqian's hand, Yi Qinfeng's tempered soul sensed a trace of devil qi sealed within her body. Could it be this Xue Yiqian is related to the Western devil sect? Yi, Senior Brother Yi, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Qingfeng, what's wrong? Senior Brother Yi, if you don't let go of my hand, I'm going to get angry. Junior Sister Xue, are you afraid? Yi Qinfeng looked at Xue Yiqian with a faint smile and said slowly, Yi Qinfeng, let go of your dirty hand, or else I won't be polite to you. Qingfeng, stop messing around and let go of Yiqian. Seeing Xue Tianyang's angry expression and Xue Yiqian's pained appearance, Xue Piaoling frowned and ordered. The corner of Yi Qinfeng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile as he said with an earth-shattering voice. As soon as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, the snow fell. Xue Tianyang and the others were all stunned, while the coquettish Xue Yiqian paled slightly. Xue Yiqian struggled to break free from Yi Qinfeng's big hand and threw herself into Xue Tianyang's warm embrace with tears in her eyes. She tightly hugged his body and cried out pitifully. Xue Yiqian was the granddaughter of Misty Mountain's second elder. She usually had a good relationship with Xue Tianyang. When he heard that Yi Qinfeng suspected that she was a spy of the Western devil sect, Xue Tianyang's face instantly turned gloomy. His deep eyes emitted a thick flame as he furiously roared. Framing? Yi Qinfeng coldly laughed and said, There's a strand of devil qi sealed in her body, and that strand of devil qi is exactly the same as the devil qi of the Western devil sect's experts. Venomous slander. Xue Yiqian said pitifully, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to frame me? What good will it do you? Yes, it's absolutely true. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Sect Master Xue, if you believe me, you can search her soul. Perhaps there will be an unexpected harvest. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Xue Yiqian's body slightly trembled. She hid her pale face in Xue Tianyang's embrace and said in a lovely voice, This Yi Qinfeng wants to harm me. Brother Tianyang, you must seek justice for me. Qingfeng, this Xue Yiqian is the granddaughter of the second elder. With the power of the second elder, if you really wrongly accuse her, the second elder will definitely not let this matter go. Xue Piaoling's expression was serious as he transmitted his voice. How sure are you that there's something wrong with this Xue Yiqian? Senior Brother Tianyang, why are we still being polite with this brat? Let's capture him first. A powerful force erupted from his body and poured into his bull-sized fist. An unparalleled fist aura was blasted out as it smashed towards Yi Qinfeng in a domineering manner. Yi Qinfeng immediately reacted to Snowy Rock Light's punch. He quickly took a step forward and crushed the ground beneath his feet. Then he countered with a punch. The moment the two fists collided, the power of the spirit orb in his Shenmen acupoint exploded. A force of more than 1,000,000 kilograms gushed out from Yi Qinfeng's fist, crushing Snow Rock Light's fist as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, sending him flying with one punch. Xue Shiguang only felt his body tremble as an unimaginable force rushed into his body. He looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew out for 1,000 meters and smashed into the opposite shore of the immortal pond. He couldn't get up for a long time. Fourth watch. Mobile reading home. Book address. To make it easier for you to read next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 409. Sect Master. I am now completely sure that there is something wrong with this kid. 7777776F64747736366F60 inch, sensing that Yi Qinfeng was more powerful than he had imagined. Xue Tianyang did not dare to test him. He looked at Xue Piaoling, who had a serious expression and was struggling with her thoughts, and said loudly, "You all wait for me here. I will go and get the Grand Elder. Before I return, no one is allowed to leave this place. Otherwise, they will be treated as traitors." Xue Piaoling bit her alluring red lips and showed her strong side as she spoke sternly. After speaking, Xue Piaoling condensed her soul wings and turned into a red light as she flew away at an extremely fast speed. She was going to find the Snow Fairy Pond and Xue Songqin personally and report what happened here to them. Once what Yi Qinfeng said was true, it would cause a huge commotion in Misty Mountain. Xue Piaoling had to make preparations in advance to minimize the losses. "Yi Qinfeng, you spy, your death is coming soon." Xue Tianyang looked at Yi Qinfeng with hostility and said while gnashing his teeth, "If I am a spy, do you think you can still stand here alive?" Yi Qinfeng sneered and said disdainfully, "With your strength, I can kill you like killing chickens." You, Xue Tianyang, and the others were the top geniuses of Misty Mountain. They were usually high and mighty and had never been humiliated like this. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's arrogant words, their faces turned red and they flew into a rage. However, the scene of Yi Qinfeng sending Xue Shiguang flying with a punch was too shocking. They did not dare to provoke him. "Xue Yiqian, are you cold? Why is your body shivering?" Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes noticed that Xue Yiqian's body was slightly shivering. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he deliberately said this. "Yi Qinfeng, you despicable person. Just you wait. When my grandfather comes, he will not let you go." Xue Yiqian, whose face was slightly pale, gritted her teeth as she glared at Yi Qinfeng. She took out a transmission pearl from her universe ring and sent a message to her grandfather, the second elder of Misty Mountain, Xue Sanjiu, asking for help. From the change in Xue Yiqian's trembling body, Yi Qinfeng was basically sure that there was absolutely something wrong with her, so he didn't continue arguing with her. He sat cross-legged on the spot and controlled the God-Eater brain to continue comprehending the illusory Tao insight while waiting for Xue Piaoling and the others to return. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn, several powerful auras appeared and forcefully tore apart the seal outside the misty immortal pond, entering the immortal pond. "Grandfather!" Xue Yiqian immediately struggled out of Xue Tianyang's embrace and ran over when she saw the leader of the group. He wore a dark blue robe with cloud-embroidered patterns, had snow-white hair and a foot-long beard, and had a vicious aura about him. "Qianer, don't cry. Grandpa will uphold justice for you." Xue Sanjiu gently hugged Xue Yiqian in his embrace. As he comforted her, his fierce eyes swept over to Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting cross-legged. When Xue Sanjiu and the others appeared, Yi Qinfeng's soul force immediately erupted and locked onto Xue Sanjiu and the others, wanting to see through their secrets. "Yi Qinfeng, how dare you test me? Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I am." Xue Sanjiu's sharp senses sensed the soul force released by Yi Qinfeng and was instantly enraged. A colorful snow spider with 8 blade-like legs appeared on his body. It spat out a large amount of bone-chilling spider silk towards Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge when he saw the overwhelming amount of spider silk coming towards him. When the dense spider silk got close to him, the black flame heavenly fire surged out of his body and burned the spider silk that the snow spider spat out. "Skyfire, you've subdued a skyfire." Feeling the power of the black flame Skyfire, Xue Sanjiu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Although Xue Sanjiu was a 6th-level Defiant Beast King, If he encounters Skyfire, he definitely wouldn't be able to subdue it. Not to mention, Skyfire was extremely rare. There weren't many in the entire Duhan continent. Grandpa, let's ignore that arrogant guy. I want to leave here. I don't want to see him again. Shui Yiqian looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was enveloped by the black flame Skyfire. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of fear. She gently shook Shui Sanjiu's arm and pleaded, "Leave." Yi Qinfeng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said domineeringly, "Before the Grand Elder comes, you can't leave here." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng stepped on a lightning flash and turned into a bolt of lightning, blocking in front of Shui Sanjiu and the others, not giving them a chance to escape. "Yi Qinfeng, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" Shui Sanjiu's eyes flashed with a thick, killing intent as he glared at Yi Qinfeng, who was standing in front of him, murderously. "Of course you dare to kill me." Yi Qinfeng sneered and said, "But you can't kill me." "Fine, fine, fine. I'll let you see if I can kill you." Shui Sanjiu was completely enraged. Like an angry lion, he roared and merged with his spiritual beast, the snow spider, in an instant. He raised his strength to the peak and threw a punch at Yi Qinfeng's chest at close range. 5 million jin of strength explode. Shui Sanjiu threw a punch at Yi Qinfeng. The two spiritual beads in his Shenmen acupoint and Yongquan acupoint erupted at the same time. The surging power poured into Yi Qinfeng's fist like a gushing tide. Boom! The two people's fists collided with each other like two meteors colliding, and a thunderous sound erupted. Thump! 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 Shui Sanjiu, who was a level 6 Defiant Beast King, immediately shattered the two. 5 million jin of force. The powerful rebounding force caused Yi Qinfeng to lose control of his body. He continuously retreated, leaving behind several deep footprints in the ground. Shui Sanjiu didn't move at all, but his arm felt a bit numb. How is this possible? He's clearly only a level 6 mystic beast ancestor. How can he explode with such terrifying power? Shui Sanjiu's heart was in turmoil. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. Not only was Shui Sanjiu shocked, but Shui Tianyang, Shui Jinan, and the others were also stunned. They looked at Yi Qinfeng as if he was a monster. A level 6 Beast King is indeed terrifying. Yi Qinfeng shook his numb arm and muttered to himself. He felt that only by condensing the third spiritual bead in his Shanzhong acupoint and increasing his physical strength to 7 million jin, or breaking through to the king level, would he have the strength to fight a level 6 Beast King. Boundless blue clouds slash. Shui Sanjiu shouted as a heaven-tier long sword appeared in his hand. Streaks of sword silhouettes slashed down towards Yi Qinfeng like jade clouds from the 9 heavens. Wind riding technique. Facing Shui Sanjiu's attack, Yi Qinfeng's entire body turned into a wisp of blue wind. He instantly raised his dodging speed to the peak and dodged the boundless blue cloud slash. Boundless falling shadow slash. Shui Sanjiu's pupil shrank, and he continued to use his heavenly skill. A huge sword appeared above his head, locking onto Yi Qinfeng and slashing towards him. Sensing that Shui Sanjiu's sword had completely locked onto him, Yi Qinfeng gritted his teeth. He wanted to merge with the 2-headed Blood Dragon King and ignite his dragon bloodline to use the 7 swords of judgment to block the attack. Suddenly, a piercing sound of a bell rang out. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were raging in the air. It collided with Shui Sanjiu's boundless falling shadow slash and shattered the sword that had locked onto Yi Qinfeng. In the next moment, Shui Sanjiu, who was holding a dragon-headed staff and had the heavenly treasure Misty Heaven Bell floating above her head, appeared in the misty immortal pond with Shui Piaoling. Originally from /bk/hl/30/30709/mobile reading website. Book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this book. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 410. Primal Chaos Force Annihilation. What's wrong, Shue Sanjiu? Can't hold it in anymore? Shue Songqin walked over with a dragon head walking stick. She looked at Shue Sanjiu, Shue Yiqian, and the others with a serious expression. Seeing Shue Songqin and the others appear, Shue Yiqian fell into a panic. She never would have dreamed that Yi Qinfeng would discover her secret just by shaking hands with him. Grand Elder, what do you mean by that? Shue Sanjiu frowned and looked at Shue Songqin, the strongest person of Misty Mountain and a half-step combat beast emperor. You know very well what I mean, Shue Songqin said with deep meaning. What? Grand Elder would rather believe an outsider than us? Do you suspect that we are spies of the Western Demon Sect? Shue Sanjiu's expression darkened as he said coldly, Shue Sanjiu, you should know that the 3 forbidden areas of Misty Mountain are under my control. When you were about to leave with Shue Yiqian, you were exposed. If Chengfeng really wronged you with your personality, would you let it go? The reason you wanted to leave was because you were afraid. Afraid that you wouldn't be able to leave if I came. Am I wrong? Shue Songqin looked at him with sharp eyes and said slowly, Grand Elder, I really didn't think that I would fall to such a state after toiling for Misty Mountain for my whole life. You are too disappointing, Shue Sanjiu said with a sorrowful face. If Grand Elder doesn't believe me, you can search my soul. At that time, you will know whether or not I am a spy of the Western Demon Sect. Shue Sanjiu, don't worry. If we really wronged you, we will give you an explanation. Shue Songqin frowned and said slowly after seeing Shue Sanjiu's closed eyes and calm appearance. Just as Shue Songqin walked toward Shue Sanjiu and was about to search his soul, Shue Sanjiu suddenly opened his eyes. He appeared beside Shue Tianyang at an extremely fast speed and easily subdued him. He pressed his right hand on Shue Tianyang's head. Shue Sanjiu, you really are spies from the Western Devil Sect. Seeing Shue Sanjiu holding Shue Tianyang hostage while she was unprepared, Shue Songqin revealed a complicated expression. Although she was angry at Shue Sanjiu's betrayal, she was more worried about the fate of Misty Mountain. She had never thought that the Western Devil Sect had already extended their evil claws into the Misty Mountain. If it wasn't for Yi Qinfeng discovering the abnormality and exposing the true faces of Shue Sanjiu, Shue Yiqian, and the others, once the calamity descended, the Misty Mountain would be in even more danger. Cut the crap. If you don't want him to die, then get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll kill him first. Shue Sanjiu warned coldly. He was using Shue Tianyang's life to pressure Shue Songqin and the others, creating an opportunity for them to leave. Shue Sanjiu, do you think I will let you leave? An earth-shattering aura suddenly erupted from Shue Songqin's body. She locked onto Shue Sanjiu and said in a deep voice, Shue Songqin, do you want to watch your Misty Mountain's #1 genius die in my hands? Shue Sanjiu increased the strength of his hand and crushed Shue Tianyang's skull bit by bit. Shue Tianyang howled in pain as a large amount of blood flowed out from his head. Grand Elder, please save me. I don't want to die. Facing death, Shue Tianyang was afraid. His legs trembled as he begged loudly. Senior, if you have too many burdens in your heart, why don't you let this junior do it? Anyway, this junior is not a disciple of the Misty Mountain and is not familiar with the Shue Tianyang. Even if he dies because of me, I won't feel guilty. Yi Qinfeng looked at the solemn Shue Songqin and said, Shue Tianyang, Shue Sanjiu, all right, then I'll leave them to you. Shue Songqin's turbid eyes met with Yi Qinfeng's and caught a trace of wisdom. She nodded and said, Don't, Grand Elder, you can't leave my life to him. He will kill me. Shue Tianyang heard that Shue Songqin had really left his life to Yi Qinfeng. His 3 souls were scared out of their wits. Swish! Yi Qinfeng's body flickered and appeared in front of Shui Qian and the others with extreme speed. Erupting with 5 million gene of strength, he launched an attack at them. Although Shui Sanjia's lineage didn't lack peerless kings, they didn't have high-level beast kings. Yi Qinfeng's eruption of 5 million gene of strength was enough to crush a level 4 beast king. Moreover, Shui Songqin, Shui Xianqing, and the others were on the side. In merely 10 breaths of time, Shui Qian and the others were knocked unconscious by Yi Qinfeng. They fell to the ground, motionless. Seeing Shui Qian and the others being knocked unconscious by Yi Qinfeng, Shui Sanjiu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The hand holding Shui Tianyang's head was trembling more and more violently. Shui Tianyang was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and a strong urge to pee appeared between his legs. Now it's your turn. After dealing with Shui Qian and the others with lightning speed, Yi Qinfeng looked at Shui Sanjiu and said without a trace of emotion, "Yi Qinfeng, calm down. Don't do anything rash. If I die because of you, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Facing death, Shui Tianyang was already scared out of his wits. "Shui Songqin, are you really going to sacrifice Shui Tianyang? If he dies, with Shui Qinglan's personality, he won't let it go. At that time, your Misty Mountain will truly fall apart. I don't think you want to see that day." Shui Sanjiu also knew that once Shui Tianyang died, he would also be finished. It could be said that his life was tied to Shui Tianyang's. "Release Tianyang, and I'll let you go." Shui Songqin took a deep breath and said helplessly, "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" Shui Sanjiu said coldly, "All of you scram. As long as I leave Misty Mountain safely, I'll spare his life. Otherwise, I'll take him down with me. Senior, I have a way to kill Shui Sanjiu without harming Shui Tianyang. However, I need your help." At this moment, Yi Qinfeng lowered his voice and transmitted it into Shui Songqin's ears. "Really?" Shui Songqin's eyes lit up. She sent a sound transmission in shock. "How confident are you? If we work well together, I'm 100% confident. However, if we kill Shui Sanjiu, you won't be able to search his soul. It's very likely that you won't be able to see through the Western Devil Sect's true scheme." Yi Qinfeng sent a sound transmission. "It's fine. Shui Tianyang's life is more important. If something happens to him, Misty Mountain might really have an even bigger change." Shui Songqin took a deep breath and replied, "All right. When he comes over, Senior, use the bell sound to attack his soul. Leave the rest to me. I'll kill him." Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and sent a sound transmission. "All right." Hearing Yi Qinfeng's confident words, Shui Songqin decided to take a risk. She secretly infused her soul power into the misty heaven bell and waited for an opportunity. "Grand Elder, save me." When Shui Sanjiu seized the terrified Shui Tianyang and flew out of misty immortal pond, Shui Tianyang let out a cry of despair. "Misty heaven bell, attack." At this moment, Shui Songqin, who had been waiting for an opportunity, made her move. A world-shaking bell sound rang out, shaking the 9 heavens and fiercely bombarded Shui Sanjiu. Not good. Shui Sanjiu didn't expect Shui Songqin to really dare to make a move. He was caught off guard and his soul was attacked. He trembled and his reaction became a bit slower. "Go to hell. Primal chaos energy, exterminate." Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Qinfeng flashed and appeared behind Shui Sanjiu. 3 streams of primal chaos energy gushed out from his body and bombarded Shui Sanjiu's head at close range. Bang! Shui Sanjiu's head defense was broken. The 3 streams of primal chaos energy crushed his head like a hot knife through butter and extinguished his soul. Shui Sanjiu, who was a rank 6 reverse beast king, was instantly killed by Yi Qinfeng. Mobile reading site. Book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, You can click Save at the bottom to record this book. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 411. The West Demon Sect's True Goal? Qingfeng, what kind of power did you use? Shui Tianqi, Shui Piaoling, and the others were all shocked after witnessing Yi Qinfeng killing Shui Sanjiu. They couldn't imagine that Yi Qinfeng, who was only a level 6 Xian Beastmaster, could kill Shui Sanjiu, who was a level 6 Reverse Beast King, with only one attack. This was the first time that they had seen such a shocking scene of killing someone who was a whole realm above them in an instant. That power earlier was one of my trump cards. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and said vaguely, Yi Qinfeng, you didn't let me down. Shui Songqin, on the other hand, was much calmer and revealed a loving smile. She looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had surprised her time and time again. Senior, I will leave them to you. I will go back to the ethereal immortal pond to cultivate. Although Yi Qinfeng had killed Shui Sanjiu, he had wasted 3 streams of primal chaos energy. Helplessly, he had to control the chaos divine would to absorb more primal chaos energy. All right, go ahead and cultivate. For the next 2 months, you can use all the cultivation resources of the ethereal mountain. Shui Songqin nodded and said. After that, Shui Songqin ordered people to take the unconscious Shui Yiqian and the others away. Soon, the ethereal immortal pond became peaceful again. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Shui Xinyue and the others, who looked a bit unnatural. He didn't pay attention to them and jumped to the center of the pond. He continued to control the chaos divine would to absorb more primal chaos energy. Seeing Yi Qinfeng standing in the center of the pond and stirring the primal chaos energy, Shui Xinyue and Shui Jinyan didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. The scene of Yi Qinfeng killing Shui Sanjiu had deeply shocked them. They were scared instinctively. If it weren't for the fact that the ethereal immortal pond was too attractive to them, they wouldn't want to stay here and cultivate. Day after day passed. Yi Qinfeng forgot about time and space. He only focused on absorbing primal chaos energy to increase his strength. After 1.5 months of cultivation, Yi Qinfeng's soul power had greatly increased. However, he was still far from becoming a reverse beast king. The chaos divine would had absorbed enough primal chaos energy to produce 2 streams of primal chaos energy. Now, Yi Qinfeng had 8 streams of primal chaos energy. I have enough primal chaos energy. Sensing that absorbing the spiritual water was almost unable to increase his strength and that the chaos divine couldn't produce new chaotic force by absorbing the spiritual water for a while, Yi Qinfeng stopped cultivating and took some spiritual water. He left the ethereal immortal pond where the spiritual energy was much thinner and returned to the heavenly snow peak where Shui Piaoling lived, a level 2 heavenly beast immortal. Arriving at the heavenly snow peak, Yi Qinfeng immediately saw Ji Qingxue and Baixia, who were slender and elegant like 2 white butterflies, practicing their moves and cultivating their soul skills in the boundless white snow. He revealed a faint smile and walked over. Qingfeng. When Ji Qingxue and Baixia saw Yi Qin walking towards them, they immediately stopped cultivating and ran towards him happily. Not bad, not bad. Your breakthrough this time has laid a good foundation for cultivation. Here, take this primal chaos energy. Yi Qinfeng gave the primal chaos energy of the celestial immortal pond to Ji Qingxue and Baixia. Holding the primal chaos energy of Yi Qinfeng, Baixia bit her red lips and asked softly, Qingfeng, can we go with you to the ancient Sky City martial competition? No problem. When the time comes, I'll definitely bring the 2 of you there. Yi Qinfeng nodded and agreed happily. Thank you. Ji Qingxue and Baixia couldn't help but be excited after receiving Yi Qinfeng's guarantee. Qingfeng, you came out of seclusion. I have something to talk to you about. Come with me. Xue Piaoling walked out after sensing Yi Qinfeng's aura on the primal chaos heaven, primal chaos energy of Snow Ice Peak. She was wearing a white silk dress with a white fox fur on her shoulder. Okay, Yi Qinfeng nodded. You two cultivate well. I have something to discuss with Sister Piaoling. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng followed Xue Piaoling to an antique pavilion covered in thick white snow. Sister Piaoling, did you obtain any valuable information from Xue Yiqian and Baishi's souls? Yi Qinfeng asked when he saw Xue Piaoling's worried expression. Sigh. Things are far more complicated than we thought. Xue Piaoling gently sighed and said, through Xue Yiqian and Baixia, we were able to catch some spies hiding in our Misty Mountain. I really didn't think that so many people would betray our Misty Mountain and willingly become the Western Devil Sex minions. Also, the Supreme Elder obtained an important piece of information about the ancient Sky City martial arts competition from Xue Yiqian's soul. What information? Yi Qinfeng asked. The Western Devil Sect's true goal is not to eradicate the geniuses of our Misty Mountain. Their true goal is probably the ancient Sky City's ancient Sky Palace that hasn't appeared for 10,000 years. Xue Piaoling told Yi Qinfeng an important piece of information. Ancient Sky Palace, what is that place? Yi Qinfeng slightly frowned and curiously asked. The ancient Sky Palace is the most mysterious place in ancient Sky City. It is hidden in the void of the ancient Sky City. No one knows where its entrance is. Only when ancient Sky City's fortune reaches its peak will the entrance appear. 13,000 years ago, the ancient Sky Palace appeared once. At that time, our northern spirit region was at its most prosperous, and our fortune had also reached its peak. But since then, our northern spirit region gradually declined, and the ancient Sky Palace never appeared again. And now the Sword Valley, Ice Palace, Snake Valley, and Flowing Cloud Sect's younger generation have all produced peerless kings. Although Xue Tianyang suffered a setback, he should be able to break through to the reverse Beast King realm in the remaining time. Adding you, the ancient Sky City martial arts competition will be unprecedentedly prosperous. It is very likely that the ancient Sky City martial arts competition will erupt with its greatest fortune, and once again open the entrance to the ancient Sky Palace. Xue Piaoling continued, Sister Piaoling, what kind of great opportunity is there in the ancient Sky Palace? Yi Qinfeng had a strong interest in the mysterious ancient Sky Palace and asked, according to our Misty Mountain's ancient records, the ancient Sky Palace contains a multitude of Tao intent inheritances. Many of the northern spirit region's Tao techniques that have been passed down for 10,000 years came from there. Among them, our Misty Mountain's two great Tao techniques also came from the ancient Sky Palace. Xue Piaoling said without hiding anything. Tao intent inheritances. Hearing Xue Piaoling's words, Yi Qinfeng's interest in the ancient Sky Palace grew even stronger. Sigh, the Western Devil Sect's overall strength has already far surpassed our Misty Mountain. If they were to obtain the great opportunity in the ancient Sky Palace and increase their strength, our Misty Mountain would be in an even more dangerous situation. Xue Piaoling sighed lightly and said worriedly, Sister Piaoling, you don't have to worry too much. I believe that the Misty Mountain will definitely be able to survive this calamity. Seeing Xue Piaoling's anxious expression, Yi Qinfeng softly comforted her. All right, Sister Piaoling, I need some refining materials. I wonder if you can help me get them? In order to increase his foundation, Yi Qinfeng planned to use the remaining time to repair the 9 Heavens 8 trigrams formation and the 100 crystals primal chaos diagram. No problem. Tell me the refining materials you need, and I'll find them for you. Xue Piaoling agreed very straightforwardly. The refining materials that Yi Qinfeng needed were rare and precious, but the Misty Mountain was the #1 sect in the northern spirit region after all and had a legacy of 100,000 years. In less than 2 hours, Xue Piaoling had gathered all the refining materials that Yi Qinfeng needed and handed them all to him. After obtaining the materials to repair the two formation diagrams, Yi Qinfeng immediately went into seclusion in a quiet, secret room on the Sky Snow Peak. As he repaired the two formation diagrams, he immediately cultivated the illusion Dao intent. In about half a month's time, Yi Qinfeng completely repaired the two formation diagrams and immediately imprinted the 21 illusion Dao patterns in the God Eater's brain. He comprehended the illusion Dao intent to the second level. There are still 20 days left. I will try to cultivate the fourth move of the seventh sword of judgment, eclipse. After calculating the time, Yi Qinfeng comprehended the 23 sword Dao patterns and comprehended the sword Dao to the second level. He tried to cultivate the fourth move of the seventh sword of judgment, eclipse. Days passed by, and when there were still 3 days before the ancient Sky City martial tournament, Xue Piaoling appeared outside the secret room and woke up Yi Qinfeng, who was completely immersed in comprehending the eclipse. It's almost time. Hearing Xue Piaoling's call, Yi Qinfeng, who had comprehended the eclipse, opened his eyes unwillingly and left the secret room. He brought the two girls and followed Xue Piaoling to the Misty Mountain's main peak. They rode the Flying Snow Eagle and headed to ancient Sky City. The ancient Sky City martial tournament had begun. Mobile reading website. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 412. Ancient Sky City. Ancient Sky City was the city with the longest history in the northern spirit region. It was even older than Misty Mountain, which had been passed down for 100,000 years. The city was located at the peak of ancient Sky Mountain, and it was the place with the densest fate in the entire northern spirit region. Because of the uniqueness of ancient Sky City, no power dared to claim it as their own. However, in order to compete for the powerful fate in the city, the major powers of the northern spirit region discussed and decided to hold a martial arts competition every 10 years in ancient Sky City to compete for the great fate accumulated in the city. And Misty Mountain, as the #1 power in ancient Sky City, had already won the first place in 99 martial arts competitions. We're here. The city built on the peak of the mountain ahead is ancient Sky City. Several huge snow eagles flew rapidly in the sky for 2 days before arriving at the sky above ancient Sky City. Yi Qinfeng stood on the snow eagle and looked down at ancient Sky City. He saw that the entire city was built on the peak of the mountain like 2 dragon pearls, extremely noble and sacred. What a rich power of providence! Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul felt the dense fate power floating above ancient Sky City and couldn't help but sigh. Let's go down. Ancient Sky City had a rule passed down for tens of thousands of years. No one was allowed to fly directly into ancient Sky City. Even Misty Mountain didn't dare to violate this rule. Under Xue Piaoling's command, several snow eagles swooped down towards ancient Sky Mountain. Tianyang Xinyue, with your strength, there is no suspense in passing the mountain road and gate leaping tests. However, this year's ancient Sky City martial competition is different from the previous ones. You must be extremely careful during the competition, especially Tianyang. Although you have broken through to the King Realm, you must not underestimate your opponents. You must treat each of them seriously, or else you might encounter an accident. Xue Tianqi, who had followed the crowd, looked at Xue Tianyang, who had broken through to the realm of Absolute King, and solemnly warned, "Right, old master is right. This martial arts competition in ancient Sky City is extremely dangerous. You must remember not to be careless. If you really meet an opponent that you can't defeat, immediately admit defeat. Otherwise, you might lose your life." Xue Qinglan, who had also come and was somewhat uneasy, nodded and agreed. "Rest assured, old master, grandfather, we will be careful." Xue Tianyang nodded and said, Look, it's the people from Misty Mountain. Hearing the ear-piercing cries of birds in the sky, the experts of the various major powers who were waiting at the mountain gate all looked up at the sky. Many of them even let out cries of surprise. Misty Mountain, you've finally come. A Class 4 defiant beast king, wearing a white robe, with a tall and straight figure and a glowing face, revealed a cold smile that was difficult to detect as he muttered to himself. This white-haired old man was the Ice Palace's great elder who had exchanged blows with Yi Qinfeng several times. However, when Yi Qinfeng fought with him, he had been wearing a human skin mask and did not show his true face. Therefore, as long as Yi Qinfeng did not expose his spiritual beast, the double-headed Blood Dragon King, and did not use the 7 Swords of Judgment, he would not be able to recognize Yi Qinfeng. I'm sorry for the wait, everyone. Because Misty Mountain was the #1 sect in the Northern Spirit region, every ancient Sky City martial competition was hosted by Misty Mountain. When several huge snow eagles landed at the foot of ancient Sky Mountain, Xue Piaoling, who had a graceful figure and exuded a noble aura, stood on a huge snow eagle and said slowly, when her deep gaze swept across the Snake Valley and Ice Palace, who were secretly colluding with the Western Demon sect, her brows slightly furrowed. She noticed that the leaders of the Snake Valley and Ice Palace were not the sect masters of the 2 major powers, but the great elders of the 2 major powers. She felt a trace of suspicion. Sect Master Xue, we have also just arrived. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion who was a level 6 defiant beast king wearing a white martial arts suit, said slowly while stroking his long beard. He exuded a powerful sword aura. This white-haired old man was the sect master of the Class 6 Sword Valley, Jianling Taoist. His strength was unfathomable, and his attack power was even more shocking than Xue Tianqi's. Class 2 Defiant Beast King. When Xue Tianyang saw beside Taoist Jianling, there was a young man wearing a white robe. His handsome facial features seemed to have been sculpted. His sharp and deep eyes, unconsciously, gave people a feeling of extreme danger. Xue Tianyang's expression immediately became abnormally ugly. He had never imagined that the #1 genius of Sword Valley, Jian Qin, whom he viewed as his biggest competitor, would actually break through to the Class 2 Defiant Beast King realm. Apart from Jian Qin, Sword Valley also had 2 disciples who had reached the half-step Defiant Beast King realm. Although their cultivation was slightly lower than his, Sword Valley was known for their attack power, and Xue Tianyang did not have complete confidence in defeating them. Sword Valley's strength shocked Xue Tianyang and the others. Ice Palace, Snake Valley, Flowing Cloud Sect, and Qian family all had disciples who had broken through to the Absolute King realm, which gave Xue Tianyang and the others a lot of pressure. This was especially true for Ice Palace and Snake Valley, where 2 genius disciples had broken through to the Absolute King realm each. This made Xue Tianyang, who had just broken through to the Absolute King realm and wanted to properly display his strength, feel a great sense of defeat. Could it be that my Misty Mountain will really have to rely on him? Xue Tianyang glanced at Yi Qinfeng from the corner of his eyes. Yi Qinfeng, who had the strength to instantly kill a Class 6 Defiant Beast King, was standing tall and straight with a calm expression. Xue Tianyang's heart was filled with unwillingness. Xue Tianyang was disappointed by the strength of his competitor, but Xue Piaoling revealed a solemn expression. She sighed softly in her heart. Sigh, so many genius disciples of the Northern Spiritual Region have broken through to the Absolute King realm. It seems that this martial competition might really trigger the great luck of Ancient Heaven City and draw out the Ancient Heaven Palace. This year's rules are the same as the previous years. Tomorrow morning, all the disciples of the major powers will start climbing the ancient Heaven Mountain path. Those who fail to climb the mountain within 2 hours will lose the right to participate in the martial competition. After stabilizing her mind, Xue Piaoling announced loudly, because there was no absolute proof that Ice Palace, Snake Valley, and West Demon Sect were secretly colluding with each other, and Ice Palace and Snake Valley had only sent their great elder, while West Demon Sect was hiding in the dark. Shuepialing, who had smelled a trace of abnormality, did not openly shed all pretense of cordiality with Ice Palace and Snake Valley. She placed all her hopes on Yi Qinfeng. Qingfeng, seeing your martial competition opponents, how confident are you in defeating them? After Misty Mountain's group had settled down, Shuepialing sat beside him and asked softly, "If it is just them, I am 100% confident. However, I keep having a feeling that things are not that simple." Yi Qinfeng sent a voice projection to the Ice Palace and Snake Valley's people as he scanned them with his deep eyes. That's right. The West Demon Sect was able to extend their evil claws into our Misty Mountain and make Xue Sanjiu and the others betray us. They must have made careful arrangements and preparations. However, we don't know what their trump card is. Shuepialing nodded and said with a serious tone, "If their scheme is really the martial competition or the ancient Heaven Palace, we don't need to be afraid. What we need to be afraid of is that they have other schemes that we didn't know beforehand." Yi Qinfeng transmitted his voice. Other schemes. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, the uneasiness in Shuepialing's heart became even more intense. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a feeling that a calamity was coming. Mobile reading site. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 413. Mountain Ascension rode the first rays of the morning sun shone brightly in the east. Drops of crystal clear dew sparkled under the sunlight. Ancient Sky City Martial Competition Selection. Mountain Ascension Road begins. Shuepialing glanced at the golden dawn in the sky and slowly stood up. A powerful sound wave was released from her mouth, echoing through the 9 heavens and lingering for a long time. "Qingfeng, do your best." Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia looked at Yi Qinfeng, who slowly stood up. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he had a heroic spirit. They softly cheered for him. "Okay." Yi Qinfeng nodded. Together with Xue Tianyang, Xue Xingyue, and the others, they slowly walked towards the winding ancient heavenly mountain path. Because of Xue Yiqian's betrayal, Misty Mountain had selected another disciple who had comprehended the sword force to the 5th layer and was at the peak of the 5th level of Mystic Beast Master, Xue Feijian. "Let's go. We will go through the transportation array and wait for them in ancient Sky City." After that, Xue, Tianqi, Shuepialing, and the others took Ji Qingxue and the other Misty Mountain disciples through a huge transportation array at the foot of ancient Sky Mountain and teleported to the outside of ancient Sky City. 1. The moment Yi Qinfeng stepped onto the mountain path, he immediately felt a powerful spatial pressure pressing down on him. However, Yi Qinfeng had cultivated his spirit body to the 2nd layer transformation, and his physical strength had reached 5 million jin. The spatial pressure produced by the restrictions on the mountain path had no effect on him at all. He leisurely walked up the bluestone stairs and climbed up the ancient Heavens Mountain that was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Yi Qinfeng climbed up the mountain with ease. Xue Tianyang, Sword Valley, Ice Palace, Snake Valley, Sky Cloud Sect, Qian family, and the other top geniuses also didn't feel any pressure and kept increasing their speed. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, they had left the other disciples far behind and climbed halfway up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the spatial pressure in ancient Sky Mountain had obviously increased. Streaks of white light crisscrossed with each other at an extremely fast speed, forming a huge net that made people despair. Looking at the white net in front of him, the 2nd level reverse Beast King Jian Qin made the first move. An ear-piercing sword chime rang out from his body. Boundless sword momentum gushed out and coiled around his body like electric snakes. Swish! With a flash, Jianqin turned into an extremely thin streak of light. He was extremely sharp as he slashed out in an unstoppable fashion, cleaving through the white light like he was nothing. He was like a murderous sword, pressing forward with an unstoppable momentum. Perfect sword force. A gleam of light flashed through Yi Qinfeng's eyes when he sensed the perfect sword move erupting from Jian Chen's body. I wonder if this person has comprehended the sword Tao. Yi Qinfeng felt that Jian Qin was far from simple. It was very likely that perfection was not his limit. It was extremely likely that he had comprehended the way of the sword, which made him feel a sliver of battle intent. The geniuses of the various organizations all charged into the white light and chased after Jianqin as they watched him fly away. Among them, the two kings of the Ice Palace, the tall and sturdy polar glacial sea and the petite ice cloud Tong, attracted Yi Qinfeng's attention. Ice Tao intent. When the streaks of white light struck them, an inscription of the laws of ice appeared on their bodies. It immediately formed an icy barrier around them, blocking the attacks of the white light as they quickly climbed up behind Jianqin. Ice Tao intent. These two from the Ice Palace are clearly stronger than Xue Tianyang and the others. It seems like their plan of using the ancient Heaven City martial competition to eliminate the geniuses of the Misty Mountain was real. Standing halfway up the mountain, Yi Qinfeng, who was intentionally waiting, murmured in his heart. After a dozen breaths of time, the two half-step kings from the Sword Valley, Jianfeng, appeared. The two glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who was standing halfway up the mountain and did not continue climbing. Then, they charged into the white light without slowing down. Their sword moves intertwined with each other, shattering the white light that was attacking them as they chased after the first group. After Jianfeng and the sword rainbow, Xue Xinyue, Xue Jinyan, and the other geniuses appeared one after another. Although they were all surprised as to why Yi Qinfeng had stopped, they did not slow down and charged into the white light one after another as the time was limited. Wang Wang. The moment the various geniuses charged into the white light, Yi Qinfeng, who was standing halfway up the mountain, released his powerful soul power and hid within the white light. He sensed their situation and saw if there were any experts hiding among them. Aha! The white light attacks were too fast. Adding on the fact that the geniuses were too close together, there were people who could not withstand the white light attacks and were injured from time to time. And that person, while Yi Qinfeng was observing with his soul, a level 5 mystic beast ancestor, disciple of the Ice Palace with a slightly pale face and dim eyes, caught Yi Qinfeng's attention. Although his speed of climbing the ancient sky mountain was not fast, his perception was extremely sharp. Using a strange footwork, he moved around in the crowd and completely dodged the white light's attack. Not only him, but there was also another disciple in the Snake Valley who seemed to be hiding his strength on purpose. He was like a spirit snake as he flashed in the crowd. The white light attacks could not hit his body at all. Sensing the abnormality, Yi Qinfeng did not panic. Instead, a spirit light flashed under his feet as he charged into the white light net. He was like a lightning bolt as he moved around, leaving behind many different shadows. Because Yi Qinfeng's speed was too fast, it gave people the illusion that the white light had slowed down. Such a fast speed! Seeing Yi Qinfeng's shocking speed, a lot of the geniuses who had been attacked by the white light were completely stunned. They couldn't understand why Yi Qinfeng purposely waited until the last to attack when he clearly had the strength to charge into the first group. Soon enough, Yi Qinfeng passed through the white light attack area at the waist of the mountain. He purposely followed behind the two Ice Palace and Snake Valley disciples who made him feel suspicious. Just as Yi Qinfeng was enduring the increasing spatial pressure and followed the two to the peak of the mountain, a powerful illusory energy gushed out from the peak of ancient heavenly mountain and flooded into the nearby sect disciples one by one. Illusion Tao intent. Yi Qinfeng had comprehended 21 illusion Tao patterns and had comprehended the illusion Tao intent to the second layer. The illusion energy gushing out from the peak of the ancient sky mountain could not affect him at all. As for the Ice Palace and Snake Valley disciples that Yi Qinfeng was secretly observing, they were also not affected by the illusion as they climbed the ancient sky mountain at a uniform speed and slowly approached the peak of the ancient sky mountain. Perhaps they are the true trump card of the Western Devil sect. Yi Qinfeng guessed in his heart. When it was close to 2 hours, Yi Qinfeng followed a portion of the sect disciples and passed through the layers of illusions. He climbed to the peak of the ancient sky mountain and saw the ancient and majestic ancient sky city up close. It was filled with great fortune and gave him a great shock. After the mountain path test, there were more than 200 disciples that didn't reach the peak of the ancient sky mountain within the limited time and were eliminated. Jian Qin was the first to reach the peak of the ancient sky mountain without any suspense. His shocking strength had greatly intimidated the disciples of the various major factions. Everyone take a short break. After 2 hours, everyone can jump over the city gate. However, you only have 15 minutes. If you can't cross the city gate in 15 minutes, you will be eliminated. Xue Pialing glanced at the calm Yi Qinfeng, Xue Tianyang, and the others and nodded with satisfaction. He condensed a pair of soul wings and flew into the sky as he announced loudly, "Let me see how long you can hide." Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes swept through the crowd. There were 2 extremely inconspicuous Snake Valley and Ice Palace disciples that were emitting a strange aura. He decided that when he jumped over the city gate, he would wait for an opportunity to test their strength. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record your reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 414. Yi Qinfeng's Method. Sister Pialing, when we were climbing the mountain, I found that there might be some hidden experts among the disciples from the Ice Palace and Snake Valley. Yi Qinfeng slowly walked to Xue Pialing's side and told her about his discovery. What? Xue Pialing raised her eyebrows. She quickly looked at him and sent a voice transmission. "Qinfeng, are you serious?" "Yes, I'm afraid that they are the real trump card of the Western Demon sect. They want to kill the Misty Mountain's disciples while we are unprepared." Yi Qinfeng nodded and sent a voice projection. "I am preparing to find an opportunity to test them when we jump over the city gates to see how strong they are. Yes, it would be even better if we can expose them in front of everyone." The worried Xue Pialing nodded and said, 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. When the time was up, Yi Qinfeng and the rest walked to the ancient sky city and prepared to jump over the dozens of Zhang tall city gate. Only by relying on their own strength to jump into the ancient sky city would they have the qualifications to participate in the martial competition. Buzz, buzz, buzz! More than 300 participating disciples stood under the city walls that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. The formation patterns and restrictions hovering above ancient sky city quickly condensed, forming a huge light formation above ancient sky city, enveloping the city walls that stretched for dozens of miles. Yes, such a powerful force. The power of the ancient sky formation is more than twice as strong as 10 years ago. Feeling the pressure of the ancient sky formation with tens of thousands of formation runes, Xue Pialing's expression became more dignified as she said in a low voice, "The power of the ancient sky formation changes according to the strength of the participating disciples. It seems that this martial competition has really reached the level of a golden age, which is why the power of the ancient sky formation has increased to such an extent." Xue Tianqi's turbid eyes shot out rays of light as he slowly said, "Whoosh!" Standing in the crowd, the calm Jian Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. His body once again emitted an ear-piercing sword cry as a terrifying sword aura gushed out from his body. He was like a world-shaking sword that pierced the sky. The terrifying sword aura caused the sky to change. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following closely behind Jianqin, the Ice Palace, Snake Valley, Flowing Cloud Sect, Qian family, Xue Tianyang, and other peerless kings all leapt into the air. They did not condense any soul wings, preparing to withstand the baptism of the ancient heavenly formation with their own strength and cross the several dozen-meter tall city gate. Rumble. As Jian Chen and the others rose into the air, the ancient heavenly formation was activated. The endless power of the inscriptions turned into bolts of lightning, striking Jian Chen and the others with shocking destructive power. Perfect sword force break. Jian Chen, who was at the very front, was struck by the bolts of lightning. His complete sword force quickly gathered, condensing into a sword of light. It tore through everything, cutting through the bolts of lightning. Whereas Ice Palace, Extreme Arctic Sea, Bing Yuntang, Snake Valley, Mangsang, and the others also used their own methods to attack the heavenly lightning, wanting to tear it apart and enter ancient Sky City. However, ancient Sky City was extremely powerful this time, and Jian Chen's group had purposely concealed their strength, so they didn't rush into ancient Sky City in one go. While Jian Chen and the others were attacking together, a large amount of heavenly lightning surged out of the ancient heavenly formation, wantonly bombarding Jian Chen and the others. Seeing the power of the ancient heavenly formation, many disciples who were lucky enough to pass the mountain road trial became pale. There were even more disciples who were frightened by the terrifying heavenly lightning, their legs trembling. What great power! Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. He felt that with the power of the ancient heavenly formation, it would be good if 10% of the disciples could cross the city walls. However, the more powerful the ancient heavenly formation was, the more likely it was to test the true strength of the two hidden enemies. Wind riding technique. Yi Qinfeng's body moved like a hurricane, facing the heavenly lightning that fell from the sky. Relying on his absolute strength, he withstood the violent bombardment of the heavenly lightning. God-Eater Brain deduced the inscriptions. While Yi Qinfeng was being attacked by the heavenly lightning, the power of the God-Eater Brain radiated out, quickly deducing the inscriptions one after another, trying to control the ancient heavenly formation to attack the two hidden enemies. Look! That person is relying on his body to withstand the heavenly lightning's attack. Fuck, is that a human's body? That person is not a monster, right? This year's Ancient Sky City Marshal meeting is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are too many masters. I wonder who will take first place. Seeing Yi Qinfeng withstanding the heavenly lightning's attack by relying on his physical strength, many people were deeply shocked and began to discuss. Bathing in the heavenly lightning, Jian Chen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He looked at Yi Qinfeng from the corner of his eyes. Perfect sword aura, tearing heavenly lightning. While he was hesitating, Jian Chen was swallowed by a large amount of heavenly lightning. Being attacked by dozens of heavenly lightning at the same time, he fiercely took a breath. His perfect sword aura continuously inhaled and exhaled. The terrifying attack power shattered the heavenly lightning and forcibly tore a huge gap in the dense heavenly lightning. His body slightly flashed, and he was the first to cross the dozens of Shanghai city walls and entered ancient Sky City. He passed. Jian Chen is the first to enter ancient Sky City. This Jian Chen is definitely the strongest competitor for first place in this martial meeting. Seeing Jian Chen tear apart the heavenly lightning and be the first to enter ancient Sky City, the Sword Valley's master, Jianling, stroked his long beard and revealed a satisfied smile. After Jian Chen, the Ice Palace, Snake Valley, Sky Cloud Sect, and Qian family's peerless kings all used their strength and used their powerful soul skills to tear apart the snake-like heavenly lightning, creating openings and entering ancient Sky City. Yi Qinfeng, who was being attacked by a large amount of heavenly lightning, only symbolically struggled and moved extremely slowly. Under the heavenly lightning's attack, the God-Eater Brain's calculation speed reached its peak. The Heavenly Lightning's power has weakened. Let's go. The Heavenly Lightning's attack was not limitless. After a round of fierce attacks, the Heavenly Lightning's power began to decrease. At this moment, the disciples of the big sects who had been waiting for an opportunity all jumped into the air and used all of their abilities. They wanted to use this opportunity to cross the dozens of Zhang high city walls and enter ancient Sky City. They're here. Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul sensed two hidden enemies flying over. He immediately controlled the God-Eater brain to forcefully change the formation's pattern, instantly increasing the ancient sky formation's power. Rumble. A series of deafening explosions resounded in the ancient sky formation. Under the God-Eater brain's forceful change, the ancient sky formation violently trembled. Bolts of heavenly lightning, as thick as water buckets, struck down at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The profound beast sect's disciples who were trying their best to leap into the air were so scared that their faces turned ashen when they saw the violent lightning surging down from the sky. Their eyes revealed despair. Even the two Ice Palace and Snake Valley disciples, who were hiding their strength in the crowd, were surprised. They were surprised as to why the ancient sky formation suddenly went crazy. God-Eater brain changed the attack trajectory. Seeing the heavenly lightning falling, the God-Eater brain's power erupted again. Relying on its powerful calculation ability, it forcefully changed the attack trajectory of the heavenly lightning and bombarded the Ice Palace and Snake Valley disciples. Not good. The Ice Palace and Snake Valley disciples' faces changed. They did not have time to think about why the heavenly lightning suddenly changed its attack trajectory. They used all of their abilities to block. Unfortunately, the power of this wave of heavenly lightning was too terrifying. The Ice Palace and Snake Valley disciples of the profound beast ancestor realm couldn't withstand it at all. Seeing them being swallowed by the heavenly lightning, the two disciples who were hiding their strength in the crowd had no choice but to release the seal on their bodies. They instantly erupted with their true strength and used the Ice Palace and Snake Valley's inherited Tao skills to smash the heavenly lightning. As expected, the two of them were hiding their strength. Their true strength is that of a rank 2 defiant Beast King. The moment the two attacked, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul sensed their true strength. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a cold smile. There's really something wrong with those two. Pialing Snow and Xue Tianqi glanced at each other and saw the seriousness and anger in each other's eyes. Not only Pialing Snow, but Xue Tianqi also sensed their strength. The Sword Valley, Sky Cloud Martial School, and Qian Clan also sensed their strength. They all showed an expression of disbelief and started to doubt their identities. Yi Qinfeng's goal was achieved. He used the God-Eater brain too much and felt a bit dizzy. He didn't waste any more time and used the wind riding spell again. His body that was filled with powerful energy suddenly accelerated, tearing apart the heavenly lightning that was much thinner. He and Xue Xinyue crossed the hundreds of meters high city wall and entered the ancient sky city that was filled with strong luck. Reading site, book address. In order to make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click the bookmark button at the bottom to record this book. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will be able to read it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 415. Jade Water Fairy Tune, Bing Qingchuan Mang Hanch. Are these two disciples of your Ice Palace and Snake Valley? Xue Tianqi's face was gloomy, and the corner of her eyes twitched as she tried her best to control her emotions. She looked at Bing Qingchuan and Mang Hanch with a sharp gaze and questioned coldly. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? Bing Qingchuan's face was ashen as he replied in a low voice. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that the hidden card he had carefully planted would be exposed so quickly. However, thinking that he still had a hidden card that had yet to be discovered, Bing Qingchuan's angry heart calmed down a bit. Humph, with your ice palace and Snake Valley's foundation, can you really cultivate so many absolute king-level genius disciples? Xue Tianqi said without any trace of politeness, intentionally raising the doubts of the Sword Valley and Sky Cloud sect. Xue Tianqi, if I'm not wrong, that person who resisted the lightning with his physical body isn't you, right? Bing Qingchuan asked coldly. Bing Qingchuan knew the situation of Misty Mountain like the back of his hand through the spies he had planted there. He had long since realized that Yi Qinfeng wasn't a disciple of Misty Mountain. Qinfeng is the last disciple of the great elder, Xue Tianqi said coldly. What a coincidence! That disciple just now is also the last disciple of my ice palace's great elder. Bing Qingchuan faintly smiled as he looked at the gloomy Xue Tianqi and purposely said, What a coincidence! Mang Feng is also the last disciple of my Snake Valley's great elder. Mang Hanch said with a smile. Seeing the three arguing, Daoist Jianling and the others felt that something was wrong. Their gazes towards the three were filled with suspicion. Good. I hope you guys can have the last laugh in the battle later. Thinking about how Yi Qinfeng had instantly killed a rank 6 Beast King, Xue Tianqi suppressed the anger in her heart and stopped arguing with them. Because she knew that in a situation where there was no evidence, if she were to expose the true intentions of the Ice Palace and Snake Valley, it would very likely backfire and make the situation even more complicated. The only thing she could do now was to beat them at their own game and place her hopes on Yi Qinfeng. She hoped that he would be able to crush the Western Devil Sect's great scheme in the most powerful manner possible. The time for an incense stick to burn passed quickly. Once the time was up, the ancient heavenly array that shrouded the void disappeared, and the chaotic void returned to its calm state. After going through the trial of the ancient heavenly array, the vast majority of the disciples were blocked outside the walls of ancient Sky City and were reduced to spectators. Only 28 disciples relied on their own strength to enter ancient Sky City and obtain the qualifications to participate in the final martial meeting. Among them, all 6 disciples from the Misty Mountain had qualified for the martial competition. 5 disciples from the Sword Valley and Ice Palace had qualified for the martial competition. For from the Snake Valley, 3 from the Qian family and Sky Cloud Martial School, 1 from the Lu family and 1 from the Hellion family. As for the rest of the disciples who came to participate in the ancient Sky City martial meeting, they were all annihilated. Let's go, let's enter the city. Xue Piaoling coldly glanced at Bing Qingchuan, Meng Hanch, and the others. He led the Misty Mountain group through the slowly opening ancient Sky City gate and walked into the oldest city in the northern spirit region, ancient Sky City. Humph! Xue Tianqi, Xue Piaoling, I'll let you be happy for a while longer. Soon you'll be crying. Looking at the backs of Xue Tianqi and the others, Bing Qingchuan and Mang Hanch's faces instantly darkened. Their eyes flashed with a cold light that made people shudder. As the location of the Northern Spirit Region martial meeting, ancient Sky City had already built a battle stage and a spectator stand. As the experts and disciples of the major forces took their seats, Xue Piaoling immediately hosted the drawing of lots to determine the opponents and the number of matches. After the drawing of lots, Yi Qinfeng was lucky enough to draw Snake Valley's 6th grade mystic beast ancestor Mang Qinglu, the 6th to fight. Misty Mountain's head disciple, Xue Qinglan's grandson Xue Tianyang drew Ice Palace's 5th grade Mystic Beast Sect disciple, Songbing Shan, who had an unfamiliar face and jet black hair covering his eyes. He looked like a harmless Ice Palace's 5th grade Mystic Beast Sect disciple and was the 4th to fight. Except for Yi Qinfeng and Xue Tianyang, who drew Ice Palace's and Snake Valley's disciples, Xue Feijian, who replaced Xue Yiqian to participate in the martial meeting, was unlucky enough to draw Ice Palace's absolute king, Bing Tianhai. After the drawing of lots, Xue Piaoling, who had condensed his soul wings, slowly flew to the martial arts arena. He announced in a deep voice, "This martial arts competition will be a single round robin elimination competition. The top 4 will be determined, and the round-robin competition will begin. In order to reduce unnecessary casualties and not weaken the overall strength of the Northern Spirit region, killing is strictly prohibited during the martial meeting. Otherwise, you'll be disqualified. Shuepiaoling's words immediately triggered the protests of Ice Palace and Snake Valley. Shuepiaoling, the rules of the ancient Sky City martial meeting have been passed down since ancient times. How can you change it just because you say so? The ancient rules didn't restrict killing. What right do you have to restrict it? Don't tell me you don't have confidence in your Misty Mountain disciples. Bing Qingchuan directly called Shuepiaoling's name and pointed at him without any trace of politeness. Sect Lord Shue, I also don't recommend casually changing the rules of the martial meeting that have been passed down since ancient times. If killing is restricted, it may affect the excitement of the martial meeting. It's more likely that it will affect the outcome of the martial meeting. It's better to follow the ancient rules. Sword Valley's Valley Master Jianling, who didn't know the situation, slowly said, All right, then the martial meeting will follow the ancient rules. However, I'll say the ugly words first. If anyone intentionally kills their opponent during the martial meeting, don't blame me for being impolite. Shuepiaoling saw that the highly respected Taoist Jianling also didn't agree to change the martial meeting's rules. He helplessly sighed in his heart and coldly warned. Humph! Bing Qingchuan coldly snorted. Although he didn't refute, his eyes revealed disdain. All right, I'll now announce that the ancient Sky City martial meeting will now begin. Disciples who have drawn lot number 4, please come onto the stage to compete. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For ear-piercing sounds broke through the air. For outstanding young geniuses of the Northern Spirit region jumped onto the stage. The opponents for the first round were Rank 1 Reverse Beast King Bing Yuntong against Qian families, Rank 5 Mystic Beast Sex Qian Hao. Sword Valley's Half-Step Reverse Beast King Jianfeng against Lu families, Rank 6 Mystic Beast Sex LV Yunqi. Tianyang, you must pay attention to Bing Yuntong. I'm afraid she'll be a strong opponent for you. Because Xue Tianyang's first opponent wasn't strong, Xue Qinglan wasn't worried about him. Looking at Bing Yuntong, who was wearing a white martial Dao suit and had a tall figure with long green hair casually draped over her shoulders, Xue Qinglan softly exhorted, Don't worry, grandfather. I'll be careful. Xue Tianyang revealed a trace of seriousness as he nodded and said, Sword Valley's half-step reverse Beast King Jianfeng also can't be underestimated. With his strength, if he was placed in the previous martial meeting, he would at least have the qualifications to reach the top 4. Xue Tianqi slowly said with a serious expression. After witnessing the overall strength of this ancient Sky City martial meeting, Xue Tianyang and the others' confidence was greatly damaged. Their lofty ambitions had long since disappeared. Begin. 2 layers of defensive light barriers rose around the stage. The first round of the martial meeting had begun. Bing Yuntong's universe ring flashed, and a harp inlaid with hundreds of sparkling and translucent gems appeared in her hand. As her slender fingers gently moved, a strange sound of the harp resounded, causing the air in front of her to violently tremble. The terrifying sound of the harp was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. It carried a chilling aura as it bombarded Qian Hao, whose complexion greatly changed. He quickly merged with his spiritual beast and put all his strength into defense. Poof! Qian Hao's defense was broken, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his mouth. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string as he smashed through a layer of defensive light barrier and directly fell out of the stage, losing the match. The moment Bing Yuntong won, the power of destiny floating in the void crazily rushed over and entered her body, forming a faintly discernible half-layered spire. This is the Tower of Destiny condensed from the power of destiny. Looking at the spire that appeared above Bing Yuntong's head, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He had a strong interest in ancient sky cities' power of destiny. Fusing with a large amount of power of destiny would be extremely beneficial to Yi Qinfeng's path of cultivation. Could this be the Tao Skill Jade Water Immortal Melody? This Tao song has not been played for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect it to appear in Bing Yuntong's hands. Hearing the strange sound from the harp, Taoist Jianling, who was at the heavenly snow lake, revealed an astonished expression. He was shocked by Bing Yuntong's cultivation talent. Just as everyone was shocked, Jian Feng, who had an astonishing offensive power, smashed LV Yunqi's defense with lightning speed and heavily injured him. He won the first round of the martial meeting and attracted a lot of power of destiny into his body. However, Jian Feng's strength was slightly inferior to Bing Yuntong's, so the Tower of Destiny he condensed was 1/3 smaller than Bing Yuntong's. Mobile reading website, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 416. It's too fast. In less than 10 breaths of time, the first 2 rounds have already ended. It's not that it's fast, it's just that the difference in strength is too great, especially that Bing Yuntong. I wonder if Sword Valley's Jian Qin or Misty Mountains, Xue Tianyang can defeat her. Jian Chen might be able to, but Xue Tianyang probably won't. Didn't you see how the Misty Mountains disciples' expressions changed when they heard the zither music? Seeing Bing Yuntong instantly defeat her opponent, the entire stands were filled with exclamations and discussions. Tianyang, it's your turn. If you have the chance, kill that Ice Valley disciple and show them the power of our Misty Mountain. Xue Qinglan patted Xue Tianyang's shoulder and instructed him in a deep voice. Don't worry, Grandpa, he's dead for sure. Xue Tianyang's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied with killing intent. Whoosh! With an ear-piercing sound, Xue Tianyang jumped down from the high viewing platform. Like an unsheathed sharp sword, he cut through the sky and landed on the martial stage with his most powerful posture, holding a low-grade heaven-tier long sword. He pointed it at the Ice Palace's 5th-level profound beast sect expert, Bing Tsongshan, who was slowly walking over without any expression. You're courting death. Let's start the slaughter with him. Seeing that Xue Tianyang dared to point his sword at Song Bingshan, Bing Qingchuan sneered as if he could already foresee Xue Tianyang's tragic fate. While Xue Tianyang and Song Bingshan were on the stage, Mang Sun, who had intentionally concealed his strength but was exposed by Yi Qinfeng's ancient heavenly formation, appeared on the stage. His opponent was the number 2 genius of the Flowing Cloud sect, Lu Fei, a level 6 mystic beast sect disciple. Seeing Mang Sen's cold expression, Lu Fei, who had already learned of his true strength from his family's experts, revealed a bitter smile. Although he was confident in his own strength, he still felt powerless against a level 2 reverse beast king. He felt fear from the bottom of his heart. I admit defeat. Sensing the killing intent in Mang Sen's eyes, Lu Fei felt even more fear. Helplessly, he clenched his teeth and admitted defeat. Trash! Mang Sen disdainfully glanced at Lu Fei, whose face was flushed red from shame. He coldly mocked Lu Fei before turning around and leaping down from the arena, returning to the spectator stands. Stop looking, it's our turn. Xue Tianyang used the tip of his sword to point at the Ice Palace's disciple, Bing Tsongshan, who was dressed in linen robes and had his head lowered. He looked like he was not a threat at all. Trash really talks too much nonsense. Song Bingshan slowly raised his head, revealing his eyes hidden behind his hair. He looked at the arrogant Xue Tianyang and coldly said, What bright eyes! The instant Xue Tianyang saw Song Bingshan's eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. He was shocked by the star-like, bright eyes and the sharpness in them, momentarily forgetting to retort. Begin. Following Xue Piaoling's command, the match between Xue Tianyang and Azure Ice Mountain began. Through Song Bingshan's eyes, Xue Tianyang felt that he was a little strange. He decisively merged with his spiritual beast and increased his own strength, executing the Misty Mountain's inherited heaven skills to attack. Boundless sword art, boundless jade clouds break. Xue Tianyang's strength increased to the peak, and he leaped up high. The heaven artifact, long sword in his hand, shone with an endless radiance. He slashed out a sword light that broke through the jade clouds, slashing towards the motionless Azure Ice Mountain like a hot knife through butter. Seeing that Azure Ice Mountain was about to be hit by the boundless jade clouds break, he gently took a step forward and transformed into a shadow that strangely dodged the boundless jade clouds break's attack. This is the Shadow Dao intent. Looking at the instant Azure Ice Mountain's shadow intertwined, Xue Tianchan, Daoist Jianling, and the others who were experienced and shrewd felt a huge wave in their hearts. They couldn't imagine that Azure Ice Mountain, who was only a level 5 mystic beast ancestor, had actually comprehended a Dao intent. Could it be that this person is also from the Western Devil sect and intentionally concealed his strength? Thinking of this, Xue Qinglan's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. If Azure Ice Mountain had comprehended the Shadow Dao intent to an extremely high level, then he was practically invincible. With Xue Qinglan's strength that had just broken through to the reverse Beast King realm, wanting to kill him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Boundless Shadow Fall Slash. Xue Qinglan's pupils constricted as he looked at Azure Ice Mountain, who had a strange movement technique. He continued to use the boundless sword technique to attack. A long sword tail, like a sunset, descended from the sky and slashed towards him at an astonishing speed. Chi! A slight crack appeared on the incomparably hard battle arena under the attack of the boundless Shadow Fall Slash. Azure Ice Mountain, once again, relied on his strange movement technique to dodge Xue Qinglan's attack. Boundless Storm. The boundless sword technique that Xue Tianyang used was continuously dodged by Azure Ice Mountain. Xue Tianyang's face was extremely gloomy as he continued to use the boundless sword technique to attack. Streaks of sharp sword light spurted out of his body like streaks of electromagnetic light that penetrated layers of space and swept towards him. The entire space was also in chaos under the boundless storm's attack. Trash will always be trash. With your strength, you are actually the #1 disciple of the Misty Mountain. What a joke! Looking at the dense, boundless storm that was attacking him, Azure Ice Mountain revealed a mocking expression. For the first time, he attacked with a palm strike towards the boundless storm seal. The terrifying palm strike shattered layers of air and ruthlessly collided with the dense sword shadows like a meteor. Rumble! An ear-piercing, shattering sound was heard. The moment the two great soul skills collided, the boundless storm seal was continuously shattered like glass. What? Xue Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw how a casual palm strike from Azure Ice Mountain was able to destroy his boundless berserk storm. Could he be a peerless king? An uneasy thought flashed through Xue Tianyang's mind, and his face turned pale. At this moment, Azure Ice Mountain's body moved again. Like an erratic ghost, he intertwined with several shadows and strangely disappeared in front of Xue Tianyang's eyes. When he appeared again, Xue Tianyang felt an intense sense of danger behind him. He was shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, in the instant he dodged, an unimaginable force ruthlessly bombarded his back. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Xue Tianyang's spine was directly shattered by Azure Ice Mountain's terrifying attack. A large amount of blood and fragments of his internal organs sprayed out from his mouth. Tianyang quickly admit defeat. Seeing Xue Tianyang heavily injured by Azure Ice Mountain's palm strike, Xue Qinglan's expression changed greatly. He immediately stood up and shouted in panic. Admit defeat? I'm afraid. He won't have the chance to do so. Azure Ice Mountain revealed a strange smile. He attacked again. Like a shadow, he appeared in front of Xue Tianyang and pressed a finger filled with powerful strength towards his forehead. Xue Tianyang was scared out of his wits when Azure Ice Mountain's finger pointed at him. He desperately tried to dodge. However, Song Bingshan's finger attack was too fast. It transformed into a series of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on his forehead. Pooh! The defense on his forehead was instantly shattered. The terrifying finger light directly penetrated his head and crushed his soul. Bang! A bright red flower bloomed. Xue Tianyang's head was exploded by Azure Ice Mountain's finger. Xue Piaomiao's #1 disciple, Xue Tianyang, had died in battle. For mobile users, please visit Chapter 417. Tianyang. Seeing the death of his grandson, Xue Qinglan's eyes turned blood red. Murderous intent exploded from his body. He was like an angry lion, roaring at the sky, wanting to tear Gray Ice Mountain to pieces to avenge Xue Tianyang. Sensing the anger in Xue Qinglan's eyes, Gray Ice Mountain remained calm. He did not panic at all as he endured the power of Providence. Soon, a complete Tower of Providence was formed. What's wrong? Xue Qinglan, you can't afford to lose. Bing Qingchuan slowly stood up. Looking at the furious Xue Qinglan, he bluntly criticized. Bing Qingchuan, believe it or not, I will annihilate all of you. Xue Qinglan exuded a suffocating aura. He glared at Bing Qingchuan, a level 4 reverse beast king with murderous intent. Misty Mountain is so arrogant. If you lose, you want to annihilate my ice palace. I have never seen such a domineering force. Do you really think you can do whatever you want and control the life and death of all the sects in the Northern Spiritual Region? Bing Qingchuan sneered coldly, pointing out Xue Qinglan's faulty wording. He pinned a big hat on him. You! Hearing Bing Qingchuan's counterattack, Xue Qinglan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Qinglan, calm down. Don't fall into his trap. Xue Tianqi knew that once Xue Qinglan attacked, Misty Mountain would become the target of everyone. They would be in danger. He quickly comforted Xue Qinglan, who was on the verge of going berserk, to calm him down. Bing Qingchuan, your Ice Palace disciples are obviously stronger than Tianyang, but you purposely tried to kill him. If everyone is as vicious as you, what's the point of this fight meet? Xue Piaoling said with a gloomy face. Purposely tried to kill him? What a big accusation. Bing Qingchuan sneered. Gray Ice Mountain is only a level 5 profound beast grandmaster, while Xue Tianyang is an absolute king. With such a big difference in strength, how could he purposely try to kill him? Shouldn't you find a good excuse for your pestering? That's enough, Sect Master Xue. We're here for the martial arts competition, not to watch your Misty Mountain quarrel. Mang Hanch revealed a cold and sinister smile. He slowly stood up and ridiculed. If you're not as skilled as others, then so be it. If my Snake Valley disciples were to die, then they wouldn't be chattering endlessly like you lot. Good, good, good. Bing Qingchuan, Mang Hanch, very good. With a gloomy face, Xue Tianqi, who was trying his best to suppress his emotions, slowly stood up and said, The martial arts competition will continue. Daoist Jianling, the Qian clan's clan head, and the others sensed that something was amiss as they looked at the 3 opposing forces. Chengfeng, kill all the disciples of the Ice Palace and Snake Valley. Show no mercy. Xue Tianqi sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinfeng, who was beside him. He said sinisterly, Kill all the disciples of these 2 factions. When we return to the Ethereal Mountain, I will satisfy whatever you want. All right, leave them to me. Yi Qinfeng nodded calmly. With a leap, he directly jumped from the spectator stand to the arena, waiting for his opponent. Kingolf, that kid is not simple. The strength of his physical body is terrifying. You must not be careless. Try your best to kill him. If you can't, use poison. Mang Hanch looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was standing upright and exuding a domineering aura. He thought of the scene where Yi Qinfeng used his physical body to withstand the heavenly thunder. He solemnly sent a voice transmission to Mang Hanch. "Don't worry, Grand Elder. He will definitely die." Mang Kingolv revealed a confident smile. She summoned a strange snake with a pair of wings on its back that emitted a dazzling golden light. Stepping on its wide back, she flew to the arena. A mutated spiritual beast. This Mang Kingolv's spiritual beast has probably reached the level of a grade 1 reverse beast king. When did the Snake Valley disciples become so powerful? Feeling the terror of Mang Kingolv's spiritual beast, the entire spectator stand was in an uproar. Hearing the discussions around her, the smile on Mang Kingolv's face deepened. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips. She looked coldly at the arrogant Yi Qinfeng, waiting for the competition to begin. Buzz! Just as Yi Qinfeng and Mang Kingolv were quarreling, an ear-piercing sword cry resounded through the 9 heavens. The number 1 disciple of the Sword Valley, Jianqin, stepped on a heaven-tier long sword and flew to the arena with incomparable sharpness. Jianqin, I didn't expect to compete with him at the same time. In this ancient sky city martial competition, only 2 people had aroused Yi Qinfeng's interest. One of them was Bing Tsangshan, who had just defeated Xue Tianyang. The other was Jianqin. As for the other 2, Mang Feng and Bing Ziji, who had deliberately concealed their strength and were actually grade 2 reverse beast kings, Yi Qinfeng didn't take them to heart. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength and foundation, it would only take a few minutes to kill them. Jianqin's opponent was Bing Minji, an expert of the 6th class of the Ice Palace. Apart from practicing the legacy of the Ice Palace's soul mantra and soul skills, he had also inherited the legacy of an expert who practiced the way of joyous union. In order to cultivate and increase his strength, Bing Minji had ravaged many young and beautiful women, enjoying their beautiful bodies while cultivating the path of joy. Originally, Bing Minji wanted to properly display his strength in this ancient Sky City martial competition, but he didn't expect that his first opponent would be Jianqin, who was one of the favorites to win the competition. His entire heart sank, and he prepared to symbolically block a few moves from Jianqin before admitting defeat. Begin. Following Xue Piaoling's order, the 5th and 6th rounds began. Xiu! Jianqin's 8 evils sword slashed through the void, and an extremely thin sword ray pierced through the void, piercing towards Bing Minji's throat at a speed several times faster than the speed of light. Not good. Bing Minji didn't expect Jianqin's sword to be so fast, exceeding his reaction speed. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late, so he desperately tried to block. However, the difference in strength was too great, and Bing Minji's energy was pierced through like a hot knife through butter by Jianqin. Uft! Blood splattered as Bing Minji's throat was pierced through by Jianqin's sword. The sword aura from the 8 evils sword crushed his head and soul, killing him on the spot. The next moment, the surging power of Providence surged from all directions like a stream, entering his body and condensing the Tower of Providence. Too strong. This Jianqin is too strong. Bing Minji, a level 6 mystic beast ancestor who specializes in the path of yin and yang, was actually killed by him in one move. After witnessing Jianqin instantly kill Bing Minji, almost everyone was convinced by his strength. Crack! This Jianqin actually dared to kill my Ice Palace's disciple. Seeing Bing Minji's corpse with his throat pierced and his head crushed, Bing Qingchuan's face paled, and his eyes spat out flames of anger. Bing Tsangshan's joy from killing Xue Tianyang instantly vanished. Bing Minji was different from Bing Tsangshan and the others. He was a genius that the Ice Palace had spent a lot of effort to nurture, and he represented the future of the Ice Palace. His death was a great blow to the Ice Palace. Just as everyone was shocked by Jian Chen's strength, Yi Chen-feng made his move. Boom! Yi Chen-feng took a step forward, and a muffled sound of thunder came from under his feet. The powerful force was like an army galloping, causing the extremely hard arena to shake violently. What? Feeling the powerful pressure from Yi Chen-feng's body, Mang Qinglu suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. His dark green eyes instantly widened, and he quickly merged with his spiritual beast to increase his strength. As his strength increased, Yi Chen-feng's leaning body suddenly turned into an afterimage, and he instantly appeared in front of him. The power of the spiritual bead in his Shenmen meridian exploded, and he threw a punch at Mang Qinglu's chest. Triple snake seal. Feeling the terrifying power of Yi Chen-feng's punch, Mang Qinglu's hands quickly twisted, and like a triple snake seal, they overlapped and fused with energy to block. However, when the triple snake seal collided with Yi Chen-feng's fist that had been compressed to the limit, it shattered like glass. Yi Chen-feng's fist did not lose any of its momentum after shattering the three-layered snake seal with a single punch. His fist landed heavily on Mang Qinglu's chest, shattering the top-grade Earth-tier armor on his body and sending him flying into the air. Pum! When Mang Qinglu's out-of-control body slammed into the energy barrier outside the arena, the violent fist force exploded his body into minced meat that filled the air and scattered on the ground. Mang Qinglu, a top genius of the Snake Valley, who was close to becoming a king, was blown apart by Yi Chen-feng's punch and he died. For mobile users, please visit Chapter 418. Qingfeng, well done! When Xue Qinglan saw Yi Chen-feng explode Mang Qinglu with a single punch, he couldn't help but roar loudly, venting the anger and pain in his heart. Xue Piaoling, Xue Tianqi, and the others smiled as well. They immediately looked at Mang Hanch, who was extremely gloomy and had a chilling light in his eyes. God damn it, where did that kid come from? How can he erupt with such terrifying power in an instant? Was he hiding his strength as well? Mang Hanch stared furiously at the calm Yi Chen-feng, who was currently absorbing the power of fate. He gritted his teeth as the fury in his eyes seemed to want to melt him. Is this the power of fate? Yi Chen-feng felt a strange power appear in his body as he sensed the power of fate flowing in from all directions. It fused with his flames of life, and a tiny spire of fate appeared above his head. Look, that person has also condensed a spire of fate in the first battle. He's actually a peak genius as well. Strength determined the strength of one's fate. Seeing the looming spire of fate above Yi Chen-feng's head that was exactly the same as Jian Chen's, cries rang out from the stands once again. I never thought I'd run into two interesting fellows here. Dressed in a hemp robe, Song Bingshan's eyes were covered by his jet-black hair. He revealed a devilish smile as he looked at Yi Chen-feng and Jian Chen like he was looking at prey. Intense killing intent filled his heart. This is only the beginning. After fusing with a large amount of power of fate, Yi Chen-feng opened his eyes and met Mang Hanch's cold gaze. He said in a domineering manner, which made Mang Hanch so angry that his face turned green. Mang Hanch took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Gnashing his teeth, he promised, I'll reward whoever manages to kill that brat with a low-grade heaven artifact in a moment. Don't worry, Grand Elder. If I see him again, I'll definitely snap his neck. Mang Shatian, the eldest disciple of the Snake Valley and a rank 1 Defiant Beast King, said coldly as he looked at Yi Chen-feng's back. Yi Chen-feng and Jian Chen both insta-killed their respective opponents. The ancient Sky City martial meet continued. Because of the continuous deaths in the previous rounds, the entire martial arena's atmosphere became oppressive. Old Snow Sect Master, what happened between you and the Ice Palace and the Snake Valley? Why did you become mortal enemies? Sensing that something was amiss, the Sword Valley Master, Taoist Jianling, who had smelled something unusual, lowered his voice to a whisper and transmitted it into the ears of Xue Tianqi, who had a solemn expression, asking for the reason. Sword Valley Master, I can tell you the reason, but please don't make it public, so as to not alert the enemy and cause new changes. Shui Tianqi hesitated for a moment before sending a voice transmission. Hearing Shui Tianqi's words, Taoist Jianling frowned and sent a voice transmission. All right, I promise to keep it a secret. Sword Valley Master, you should be very clear about the conflict between my Misty Mountain and the Western Demon Sect. Shui Tianqi sent a mental message. As for this ice palace, the Snake Valley has long since colluded with the Western Demon Sect. They want to eliminate my Misty Mountain's genius disciples in this world martial competition and shake my Misty Mountain's foundation. What? Hearing Shui Tianqi's words, Taoist Jianling's heart was in turmoil. His calm expression changed slightly as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Shui Tianqi. Old Sect Master Shui, does your Misty Mountain have any evidence to prove that they are colluding with the Western Devil Sect? I know. If we had evidence, we would have already exposed their true colors in front of everyone. Shui Tianqi lightly sighed and said, also, we suspect that the Western Demon Sect has another plot, and that is the ancient Heaven Palace. With the overall strength of this world martial meet, it is very likely that they will trigger the greatest destiny of ancient Sky City and open the entrance to the ancient Heaven Palace. This is also the reason why they are hiding so many experts. Hearing Shui Tianqi's words, Taoist Jianling subconsciously believed that all of this might be true. Although his Sword Valley did not want to be involved in the conflict between the Western Demon Sect and the Misty Mountain, he was clear that once the Western Demon Sect and the Misty Mountain had a large-scale conflict, his Sword Valley would not be able to protect itself. Old Snow Sect Master, why don't our two sects work together and take control of the Ice Palace and Snake Valley first? We can then force the Western Demon Sect to reveal their next plot. Taoist Jian Ling pondered for a moment and suggested, Sword Valley Master, I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. The two sect masters of the Ice Palace and Snake Valley have yet to appear. Bing Qingchuan and Meng Hanch are also fearless. They must have something to rely on. If we act blindly, it is very likely that it will lead to new changes. Shui Tianqi sent a voice transmission and suggested, Old Snow Sect Master, should we tell this to the Qian family and the Flowing Cloud Sect and fight against the Ice Palace and Snake Valley together? Taoist Jianling took a deep breath and said, No need for now. I'm not sure if those two sects are also colluding with the Western Demon Sect. Moreover, the Ice Palace and Snake Valley are also not sure if we know about their plot. If Sword Valley Master is willing to help us, then my Misty Mountain's disciple Yi Qinfeng and your Sword Valley's Jian Chen strength will be enough to fight against the Ice Palace and Snake Valley's genius disciples. Shui Tianqi shook her head and said, if she had not witnessed the scene of Jian Chen instantly killing the Ice Palace's disciple, she would not have taken the risk to tell the truth to Taoist Jianling. All right, my Sword Valley will help you. Taoist Jianling nodded and replied worriedly. The cruel competition continued. Because Snow Flying Sword admitted defeat immediately, there were no more casualties among the geniuses of the various sections. However, the intensity of the competition was far greater than the previous competitions. It caused the fortune energy in the sky above ancient Sky City to surge violently. After a morning of intense competition, the 14 disciples who had entered the second round were all selected. All the Reverse Beast King disciples from the various sects had entered the second round. Among them, only 3 of the Misty Mountain's 6 disciples were left, and only 2 of the Sword Valley's disciples were left. The Ice Palace's 4 disciples were left, and the Snake Valley's 3 disciples were left. The Qian family and the Flowing Cloud sect only had 1 Reverse Beast King disciple left. Almost all the disciples who had entered the second round were Reverse Beast Kings. This had never happened before in the history of the ancient Sky City martial competition. After the first round, the disciples of the various sects who had entered the second round once again drew lots. After drawing lots, Yi Qinfeng drew lot number 6, and his opponent was the Ice Palace's disciple of unknown origin, Bing Ziki, who was a level 2 reverse beast king. Yi Qinfeng drew lot number 2, and the second disciple of the Misty Mountain, Xue Xinyue, drew lot number 2. Her opponent was the extremely talented Bing Yuntong, who had played the Jade Water fairy melody. Xue Jinyan drew lot number 5, and his opponent was the Qian family's King Qian Wuxin. Jian Qin drew lot number 1, and his opponent was the first disciple of the Snake Valley, Mang Shatian. The mysterious Bing Tsongshan, who had killed Xue Tianyang with one finger and whose strength was unfathomable, drew lot number 4, and his opponent was the Snake Valley's disciple, Mang Sr. When a competition starts, I will definitely smash your head and dig out your heart. Bing Ziki's face was slightly pale, and his body was emitting a cold aura. He looked at Yi Qinfeng full of battle intent and coldly provoked him. Your head must have been squashed by a door. Yi Qinfeng coldly glanced at him and ignored his provocation. Under his burning gaze, he returned to the stands with Xue Xinyue and Xue Jinyan and waited for the afternoon competition to begin. For mobile users, please visit Chapter 419. Xinyue, Jinyan, although you too are quite talented, you are still far from Bing Yuntong and Qian Wuxin. If you can't do it, just surrender in the afternoon to avoid any accidents. Xue Piaoling looked at the two geniuses that Misty Mountain had spent a lot of resources on and sighed. After witnessing the rise of the major powers, Xue Piaoling finally realized that the younger generation of Misty Mountain had been left far behind. Ah, the flowers in the greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain. If Misty Mountain can survive this, we have to change. Xue Piaoling decided. Sect leader, I don't want to give up. Xue Xing'a bit her red lips and said unwillingly. She was wearing a green martial arts suit. Her skin was as white as snow, her waist was as thin as silk, and her teeth were as white as pearls. Xinyue, Tianyang is already in trouble. You can't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, the foundation of Misty Mountain will be shaken. Xue Piaoling said seriously. But Xue Xinyue felt that if she gave up without a fight, her martial heart would be shaken, and her path of cultivation would be affected. Xue Xinyue, if you really want to fight against Bing Yuntong, then I can help you. She won't be able to kill you. Yi Qinfeng slowly spoke while looking at the unresigned Xue Xinyue. Really? Xue Xinyue's eyes lit up. She raised her head and looked at Yi Qinfeng. Even if she lost to Bing Yuntong, she wanted to lose fair and square. Not only could she train herself, but she could also protect her martial heart. Yes, but I can only save your life. I can't help you defeat her. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Please help me, senior brother Yi. Xue Xinyue said gratefully. She changed the way she called Yi Qinfeng. This is a Blood King pellet. It can give you the strength of a rank 1 reverse beast king for a short period of time. However, the side effect of this Blood King pellet is great. Once the effect wears off, you will be weak for a long time. Yi Qinfeng said as he took out a blood-red, Longan-sized heaven-level soul pill from his Qinkuan ring. Chengfeng, our Misty Mountain, also has heaven-class soul pellets that can increase one's cultivation in a short time. However, the gap between Xinyue and Bing Yuntong is too big. One pellet is not enough to save her life, Xue Piaoling said. I know. Other than this Blood King pill, I have another treasure for her. After that, Yi Qinfeng took off the Heavenly Thunder Battle Suit, which was a middle-grade heaven item, and handed it to Xue Xinyue. This is a mid-grade heaven-tier battle armor. Feeling the power of the Heavenly Thunder Battle Suit, Xue Xinyue widely opened her eyes. She was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I'll lend you this Heavenly Lightning Battle Armor. Wear this Heavenly Lightning Battle Armor and take the Blood King pill. That Bing Yun Tong won't be able to kill you. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Thank you, Senior Brother Yi. Xue Xinue took the heavenly lightning battle armor and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. She regretted her hostility towards him. Xue Jinyan, do you want to fight Qian Wuxin face to face? After giving the heavenly lightning battle armor to Xue Jinyan, Yi Qinfeng looked at Xue Jinyan and asked, Yes, I do. Xue Jinyan nodded heavily. I only have one middle-grade heaven-tier battle armor. However, I can lend you a low-grade one. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng took out the Blood Demon's battle armor, a low-grade heaven artifact, and handed it to Xue Jinyan along with a blood grand pellet. Thank you, Senior Brother Yi. I won't let you down. Looking at the Blood Demon battle armor, Xue Jinyan was overjoyed and said excitedly, Qingfeng, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's generosity, Xue Piaoling couldn't help but sigh. Even with Misty Mountain's super status in the northern spiritual region, they didn't have a middle-grade heaven-tier battle armor. Qingfeng, you have to be very careful when you fight Bing Ziki in the afternoon. I have a feeling that Bing Ziki is not simple. Xue Tianqi warned him seriously. Yi Qinfeng was Misty Mountain's last hope. He couldn't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, Misty Mountain would suffer a heavy blow. Don't worry, Senior. I won't be careless. Yi Qinfeng nodded and sat cross-legged beside the two girls. He silently adjusted his breath and waited for the afternoon battle to begin. Time flew by quickly. After more than 4 hours of rest, the afternoon competition began. In order to increase the viewing value of the battle, the afternoon battle would be a single battle. Wang! An ear-piercing sword cry resounded. Jian Qin, who was wearing a white martial robe and emitting a sharp aura, leaped into the air. He drew an incomparably sharp sword shadow in the air and landed on the martial arena. Jian Qin, let me see if your reputation as the #1 genius of Sword Valley is undeserved. The moment Jian Qin appeared on the martial arena, Mang Shatian, who had a tall and sturdy figure and long dark green hair, jumped onto the martial arena with a halberd in his hand and said in an overbearing manner, 3 moves. If you can withstand 3 of my moves and not die, then consider it my loss. Jian Qin looked at Mang Shatian indifferently and said in an overbearing manner. As soon as Jian Qin's voice fell, the entire stands let out a cry of surprise. Especially the side of Sword Valley, their enthusiasm was completely ignited by Jian Qin's overbearing manner. Jian Qin, I will definitely make you pay for what you said. Mang Shatian didn't expect Jian Qin to be so arrogant. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Like a poisonous snake, he stared at Jian Qin and gnashed his teeth. The murderous intent in his eyes made people shudder. Withstand 3 of my moves and then talk big. The corner of Jian Qin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of coldness. The aura on his body suddenly erupted like a volcanic eruption. He was like an unsheathed sword, extremely sharp. The terrifying sword aura made the sky change color. Feeling the sharp aura emitted by Jian Qin, all the hair on Mang Shatian's body stood up uncontrollably. He smelled a strong sense of danger. Whirlwind clouds. When the battle began, the perfect sword aura gushed out of Jian Qin's body, creating a sharp sword wind that swept towards Mang Shatian. Heavenly Python halberd slash. The sword shadow came like a storm. Mang Shatian did not hesitate to merge with his spiritual beast. While increasing his strength, he held the halberd in his hand and chopped down heavily. The halberd shadow, full of powerful strength and soul power, turned into a coiling snake and blasted into the sword wind. He wanted to rely on the attack power to forcibly tear the sword wind apart. Break! The 2 soul skills collided. The sword wind, like a whirlwind, tore the python heavenly halberd slash. The terrible sword power made a large number of sword marks in the air, which was extremely spectacular. Not good. Mang Shatian had never thought that Jian Chen's attack would be so terrifying, directly tearing his halberd apart. He changed his attack decisively, and the heavy halberd quickly danced around like a group of snakes, blocking the sword wind attacks that were like a whirlwind. The second move, blood-splashing sword. When Mang Shatian tried his best to resolve the sword wind, Jian Chen performed the second move. His whole body and the 8-fierce sword in his hand merged into one, turning into an extremely thin sword light. The sword's shadow tore the air and stabbed at Mang Shatian, who was waving the halberd with all his strength. Go to hell! Feeling that Jian Chen's sword was full of a strong aura of death, Mang Shatian's potential was completely stimulated. He held the halberd tightly with both hands, and the billowing soul power was integrated into the halberd. He hacked at Jian Chen with the power to tear mountains and rivers. Whoosh! With an ear-piercing sound, Jian Chen's attack speed suddenly soared. The sword shadow condensed by the perfect sword aura flew out. Before the halberd could strike, it pierced through Mang Shatian's defense and penetrated his forehead. Bang! Mang Shatian's head exploded, and his body fell heavily to the ground with blood spurting out. In just 2 moves, Jian Chen killed Mang Shatian, a top genius of the Snake region, who was a level 1 Beast King. Mobile users can visit